Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds a year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
How they think they can get away with it, I don't know, when the evidence from the camera is so clear.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques.
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a whiplash claimant with an outlandish story.
She was arguing that she was in two places at once.
IFED raids a suspected fraud gang.
Open the door, it's going to get smashed in!
And the Lancashire police leave nothing to doubt.
You will be caught, and you will be punished, and your assets will be stripped from you.
Gloucester, not a place you'd associate with violent gang crime. But on the 11th of August 2007, 38-year-old local David Russell was found staggering near his home, covered in blood and with 7 nails buried in his body. He'd been the victim of a violent and unprovoked attack.
He spun me around, grabbed hold of my bottom of my T-shirt with one hand and then pushed what I now know to be this orange nail gun into my chest.
2 of the nails were buried in David Russell's forearm. More worryingly, another 5 had been pumped into his chest. 1 lodged just an inch from his heart. The attackers had not been found. DC Dean Morse was given the job of catching them.
Mr. Russell's allegation obviously sent, concerns through the community. The last thing you want is reports of a gang going around with a nail gun and basically attacking people and obviously shooting them with nails.
From his hospital bed, David Russell expressed the fears held by the local community.
You can pick on a 30-odd-year-old bloke, they're going to pick on anybody, sort of thing, so...
His plea was to have a dramatic effect on the investigation. It attracted the attention of an old boss who had some interesting information about Mr. Russell for the police.
On his CV, when he was employed by the company, that he said that he had spent 18 years in the Royal Marines, that he had done 3 tours of duty in Northern Ireland, and that he had also served in the Gulf War.
Some of which were complete lies. So DC Morse did some research on the victim.
This then led me on to making inquiries with the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board. Criminal Injuries basically told me that he had reported a crime in Avon and Somerset in 2004.
And to his astonishment, DC Morse found that in that incident, David was the victim of an unmotivated attack. The weapon, a nail gun. The number of nails removed from his body, 7. On that occasion, his insurer paid out £4,400.
When you suddenly have a previous allegation, exactly the same number of nails, with a method of doing it, basically, that is exactly the same, you know that you've got somebody there who is either the unluckiest man in Britain or is a consummate liar. We went to arrest Mr. Russell, and he broke down fairly quickly in interview and fully admitted that he had made up both the stories in Gloucester and down in Bristol.
David Russell appeared at Gloucester Crown Court. Pleading guilty, he was sentenced to 2.5 years imprisonment for perverting the course of justice.
He was very remorseful as to his actions, and he has fully regretted what's taken place.
The IFB sends out a warning to repeat offenders.
We now have all the tools at our disposal to be able to investigate and prosecute.
And a bus company faces a stubborn fraudster.
She, at great expense to the public purse, decided that she was going to plead not guilty.
In the fight against the growing problem of insurance fraud, an elite police squad have come together to form IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Insurance fraudsters are hurting us in our pockets. That's not right. IFED have been set up to combat that problem, and we will do so by making arrests all over the country.
This dedicated team works tirelessly to bang up the crooks and con men, getting rich off other people's money.
Police, step back!
If you commit insurance fraud, there's every chance that IFED are going to come knocking on your door and bringing you to justice.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
By April 2012, after only 6 months of operating, it had already busted 80 fraudsters, adding up to £12 million of fraud under investigation.
Insurance fraud is seen at the moment as an easy touch. IFED are setting out to stop that and make these organised crime groups think again.
It's 5:40 a.m. and IFED is executing a multi-location raid on the members of a suspected fraudulent accident management company. These types of bogus outfits work by taking your car and making it look as though it's been in a crash with a second vehicle. They will then pay you to take responsibility for the bogus crash, leaving them to make a large claim for the damage to the second vehicle against your insurance company. IFED has one team preparing to raid a place of business and another at a residential address.
Right.
The team suspects that inside this flat lives a member who may have been involved in the fraudulent activity.
Open the door and it's going to get smashed in! Good lad.
Your safety in mind at the moment, so we'll do some searching in this van. Just going to place some handcuffs on you, okay? Just put your hand out for me, squad.
Assisting IFED on the raid is the Tactical Aid Unit. Having gained entry to the flat, DS Mark Forster briefs them on the case.
He's introduced various people to this accident management company, provided names, addresses for claimants, basically.
Yeah.
So any documentation in relation to names, addresses, written on scrap bits of paper. We know that the accidents that have been fraudulently submitted to the insurance companies involve high-value vehicles, and a lot of money is being made by credit hire. In other words, replacement vehicles, some of which they're charging the insurance companies £300 a day for. And these are vehicles that they've had for up to 18 months. Lovely job.
Even before the team starts the search for fraudulent documents, they come across some cannabis.
Is that just all paraphernalia in there?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Is that...
Cannabis they're going to bag up and take with them then.
Oh, they found...
Caution, yeah.
They found, well, what small amount is it?
Yeah, well, an eighth, something like that.
IFED came here for evidence of fraudulent activity. In one of the bedrooms, a significant find is made.
Number of SIM cards here. Somewhere up to, I don't know, about a dozen or so SIM cards, another 3 there. Well, as I say, it's a common theme for criminals to use more than one mobile phone, and certainly more than one sort of SIM card. It sort of assists to cover their tracks, etc., assists with their criminality, and basically it makes it a lot more difficult for us to detect who they're contacting, who's contacting them, etc.
DS Forster is called back to the lounge by one of his officers, tasked with analysing paperwork.
Suffered a fall from a ladder in 2005, sustained a heel fracture. He had an MRI in 2007, revealed protrusion.
He probably just keeps trying to claim, doesn't he? And he's got appeals with...
It's documentation that relates to a personal injury claim. We're just looking to see whether it may form part of a personal injury claim that may be fraudulent, or whether it is a legitimate claim.
The raid location has already filled a lot of evidence bags. DS Forster suspects he has found a piece of criminal research.
It's a printed picture from Google Maps Street View. This is the sort of thing that we do come across quite often with people who are involved in staged or contrived accident claims.
The printout contains a detailed description of the crash, including dates, times and positioning of the cars.
So, and underneath that it says weather, damp, wet. And then it says driver male, 2 males, which are presumably passengers or other occupants in that vehicle.
The suspect is arrested and the search for evidence is over. This half of the double raid is complete.
Off we go.
The second IFED team executes the next phase of the raid.
You're under arrest, suspicion of conspiracy to defraud.
The UK is the whiplash capital of Europe. Nearly 1,200 whiplash claims are made on our roads every day. The cost to the NHS of treating whiplash has been estimated at £8 million a year. It's December 2008, and the W15 bus is winding its way through the busy streets of Walthamstow, North East London.
Our driver was driving along a quite narrow and busy suburban road in London. There were cars parked on both sides, quite difficult for him to get through.
Unfortunately, an error of judgment from the driver resulted in the bus scraping a parked car. The owner of the damaged car, Patricia Walker, confronted the driver about the scrape.
Patricia Walker claimed that she had been sitting in the car with her husband, that the bus had hit the car and that she'd suffered injuries. She said that she suffered injuries to her neck and that she was still struggling with the symptoms 4 or 5 months later.
It was an unfortunate incident, and Arriva was going to accept full responsibility for the collision and the whiplash suffered by Mrs. Walker. That was until the bus driver's report was submitted.
Our driver had done a good job in completing the report form, which he has to complete after every incident, and he'd made it quite clear that there was only one person in the vehicle which he had hit.
Before any kind of payout could be arranged, this difference of opinion had to be sorted. So Arriva analysed the bus's onboard CCTV footage.
Our buses are fitted with high-definition CCTV cameras, forward-facing, rear-facing, internal cameras.
And when they analysed the footage, the bus company didn't like what they saw. Mrs. Walker wasn't in the car at the time of the collision. She was, in fact, crossing the road behind the bus. The footage shows her knocking on the bus's back window after witnessing the crash.
Unfortunately for Patricia Walker, it showed her not actually inside the vehicle as she claimed in her claim form. And when the bus actually passed her, Patricia Walker then walks behind the bus. You then see her on the footage actually looking down the side of the bus at the damage to her vehicle and then entering the bus and talking to the bus driver.
A fair cop, surely, but not in Patricia's eyes.
When we showed Patricia Walker the footage, she looked shocked. And her basic answer was, quite simply, "I know how it looks, officer. That is me on the footage. I cannot explain it, but I was inside the vehicle at the time of the collision." So effectively, she was arguing that she was in two places at once.
The police and we thought that she would plead guilty and go away quietly with whichever sentence the court thought appropriate. But no, she, at great expense to the public purse, decided that she was going to plead not guilty. Mrs. Walker seemed to think that the jury might believe that she could be in two places at once. Not surprisingly, the jury did not believe her.
Patricia Walker was charged with fraud by false representation. The jury found her guilty, and on the 27th of May 2011, she was sentenced to 12 months community service and a 3-month curfew.
I think she just made a wrong decision on this occasion. And why she pleaded not guilty, I have no idea, but I think she's regretted that decision. I think she was also very lucky not to go to prison.
For us, CCTV cameras are worth their weight in gold. We want a clear message of deterrence to go out to people that if you are involved in an accident with a Arriva bus and it's our fault and you are genuinely injured, then we want to pay you fairly and quickly. But if you're not injured and you're out to make a quick buck, then we'll do all we can to take criminal action against you.
Meet Munsif Dad and his two sons Amir and Nadeem. It's November 2005 and they've just submitted a £1,430 claim for repairs to the storm-damaged roof of a terraced property they own in their hometown of Nelson, Lancashire. That same month, the Dad family has also submitted a second claim for storm damage to the roof of a second property they own nearby. The Dads received payouts from the insurance company for both claims. 7 months later, in June 2006, in what seems to be an incredible stroke of bad luck, one of the houses again suffers storm damage to the roof. As before, the Dads submit a claim for the damage and wait for the money to come in. But 170 miles away in London, something was happening that would stop the Dads from receiving a penny from their insurers. The formation of the Insurance Fraud Bureau, the IFB. The IFB was set up to combat organised insurance crime in the UK. By persuading a previously secretive insurance industry to share information, the IFB has become a very powerful weapon in the fight against insurance fraud. The IFB had barely reached its first birthday when they were approached by an insurer with suspicions about a number of claims coming from the small town of Nelson. Among them were the Dads' claims for storm-damaged roofs.
The insurer first became suspicious with the claims in Operation Flash because a number of the cases were close to policy inceptions and the circumstances of the claims were remarkably similar from one to another.
In order to learn more about Mr. Dad, the IFB put his details through their specialist software. The software has access to information from nearly every insurer in the country. Armed with just the name and address of a single policyholder, the software can create a map of that individual's insurance agreements. It's a very quick process.
I could start by showing you what a genuine person in our system might look like.
The average policyholder would have a simple map with just a few connections, raising no suspicion from the IFB.
Here's an example of one of the properties in Operation Flash. This property in the middle was an address that was owned by Amir Dad. In less than 2 years, he submitted 9 claims, and each of these icons highlighted in red represents a claim against one of the insurance companies that we worked with.
The software indicated that Mr. Dad was suspiciously well insured, so the IFB took the case back up to Lancashire to get extra help. Leading the investigation for the Lancashire Police was DI Dave Groombridge. He and his team recognised a pattern in the claims being made by the Dads.
I think the offenders in this case were clever in keeping their individual claims down to a minimum, so it was volume claims which netted a huge amount of money collectively rather than just 1 or 2 small big claims.
DI Dave Groombridge and his team unearthed a total of £104,000 worth of claims made by the Dads. The Lancashire team also discovered the Dads had not restricted their scamming to just home insurance.
There was a number of claims which were quite outlandish, principally dogs that didn't exist, never had existed. After 2 or 3 premium payments, these dogs were miraculously lost or stolen. There was also large amounts of jewellery, apparently stolen in burglaries, which indeed later turned up in the possession of the claimants. Complete false claim.
After 2 years of investigating, the IFB and Lancashire Police had collected indisputable evidence of fraudulent activity by the Dads. The most astonishing information being the schedule of works carried out on the Dads' 2 properties. 2004, storm-damaged roof at house number 1. September 2005, rear wall damaged by vehicle at house number 2. October 2005, wall damaged at house number 1. November 2005, roof damaged at house number 1 and 2. March 2006, wall damaged at house 1. April 2006, roof damaged at house 1. May 2006, wall damaged at house 1. June 2006, wall damaged at house 1 and 2. June 2006, roof damaged at house 2. The Lancashire Police were ready to strike.
The main conspirators, the main people behind this scam, were arrested in September 2009 by Lancashire Police. They executed warrants at a number of addresses, supported by staff from the IFB.
A judge at Preston Crown Court called it a clever and determined fraud. Mr. Munsif's dad was handed a suspended 9-month prison sentence. His sons Nadeem and Amir were each imprisoned for 15 months.
I think their criminal activities dominated their lives, and the vast majority of the trappings of their wealth had come about through their criminal behaviour. We pay increased insurance premiums to cover the losses incurred by the companies through this sort of fraud. But times are changing, and the police are prepared to work with other agencies, and collectively we will pursue these people and be under no misapprehension. You will be caught, and you will be punished, and your assets will be stripped from you.
Today, IFED is executing raids on a suspected motor fraud gang.
Open the door and it's going to get smashed in!
Alongside the arrest of a suspect earlier, the second IFED team continues to search 2 further properties. A large search is planned at a business address where they hope to secure more evidence. First, IFED heads to the home of another suspect.
From the City of London Police. We're from the police. Yeah? Yeah. Can we come in, please?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You're under arrest, okay, for on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud.
For what?
You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention or question something which you later run on court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand? Yeah.
The suspect works for the accident management company, and they believe is involved in the alleged fraudulent activity there. DC Declan Mallow searches the flat for evidence of fraud.
Shouldn't be too long. Once you finish searching, we'll then take you to the custody suite, and then at some point later on today, you'll be interviewed.
This is the lady's main bedroom. The other bedroom's been searched and nothing's been found, so this is the last room to do in the flat.
DC Mallow takes some paperwork for further investigation. With a second suspect arrested, IFED has just one more location to raid.
Just had news from DS Finnegan that we've got access to another premises, so we're just waiting further update from him to see if he needs additional resources there when we've finished here.
With a 1,000 square metre business to search, the IFED team based here will need plenty of help. Leading the search is DS Tom Finnegan, who's just been made aware of the recent arrests.
We intend to carry out a search of her office very shortly. As I said, there are other locked offices in there that are the offices of the directors. We intend to effect entry to those offices shortly, and we'll see what comes out of that search.
There's plenty of security protecting this workplace, but IFED is used to such measures and has come armed with a crowbar and a battering ram. It's not just about brute force, though. Today, DS Finnegan's IFED unit is comprised of specialist investigators brought in anticipation of complex evidence.
My colleague here is specially trained to interrogate computers, laptops, anything of digital, electronic nature. We have dedicated financial investigators, and this gentleman is one of those investigators, so he's here specifically to have a look at the financial documents in relation to the company.
Looking at an intimidating workload, DS Finnegan calls in the help of DC Mallow and DI Rogers.
Right, the sort of things that we'll be looking for are these sorts of files which say referrals, and within those we'd expect to find documentation of people that have allegedly been involved in accidents and the subsequent claims that have then transpired from those accidents. Just for doing that.
Every scrap of evidence is needed if the IFED team is to get a conviction, and it's mounting up.
This is an office which we're definitely interested in searching. We'd expect to see whiteboards on the wall, sort of indicating the work that they're currently involved in, and we would think that these are the names, likely, of people involved in staged accidents that haven't occurred. Just for doing that.
The financial investigator makes a discovery.
What he's gone through so far, we can see large sums of money going through their business account, which might be all legitimate, but at this stage it's certainly of interest to us.
DS Finnegan's IT specialist is extracting large amounts of potential evidence from the computers.
What my colleague's doing at this time is taking an image, a forensic image of that server, which we can use at a later date, examine it for any evidence that might be on it, and obviously then it can be prepared as an exhibit for the case.
All in, IFED spends over 50 man-hours extracting, deciphering and bagging evidence on site. It's been a successful raid. IFED has enough evidence to fill a van, making DS Finnegan a happy man.
We believe this particular accident claim company has been responsible for putting a large number of fraudulent claims forward to the insurance industries. That, of course, when they turn out to be fraudulent and the insurance industry spend that money or pay that money out, results in you and I and all members of the British public paying more for their insurance. We, at the end of the day, are covering in our premiums the cost of fraud that's been committed.
The owners of the accident management company were also arrested, and along with the 2 suspects arrested in the IFED raids, are all now on bail. If charged with conspiracy to defraud and found guilty, all 4 could be facing 10 years in prison. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds a year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems, sophisticated data analysis techniques.
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act, and claimed and shamed. Today, the police insurance fraud team, IFED, is hunting down suspects.
He needs to phone, because otherwise we'll come back and we will keep coming back until we get him, OK? Because this is quite serious, it's not going to go away.
A would-be con man comes a cropper.
There's no way that it could have happened as it was described.
And a claimer is shamed in the gym.
There was no form of dysfunction visible in any way, shape or form.
This is Milton Keynes, home to Michael Richards. 8 years ago, Michael was a passenger in a serious car crash. The vehicle smashed into a wall, killing the driver, but Michael pulled through. Unfortunately, the driver didn't have insurance, so Michael's case was passed on to the MIB, Motor Insurers Bureau, an organisation set up and funded by the insurance industry.
The MIB is there to compensate innocent victims of uninsured and untraced drivers.
And that means a whole variety of injuries. It could be a minor injury, it could be a catastrophic injury. We're there to help those people to provide a fund from which they can claim compensation.
Details of the crash and Michael's medical treatment were passed to the MIB.
Michael Richards said that he had a head injury as well as other injuries, and he presented in a way suggesting that he had such a bad brain injury he was virtually mute. He was saying he needed care, he was saying he needed a lot of help, he was saying he could hardly speak, and that he needed lots of help and assistance to carry on his normal life. He made a claim to the MIB because the driver wasn't insured, and that was his only route potentially to compensation. What's called a schedule of loss, which is essentially a shopping list type claim that's presented to us by his lawyers, totaled some £2.35 million.
The severity of the head injury that Michael was claiming for meant that the MIB was dealing with a huge payout for care and assistance. So it was natural for them to look closely at the case and order medical examinations.
When he saw one of our experts, he uttered 15 words in an 80-minute interview. He said that he was seriously impaired by his injuries.
But as the MIB continued its investigations, they noticed some strange inconsistencies.
Subsequently, we obtained his police records. Now, this showed, subsequent to the accident in the car, he was arrested for another offence. And when we obtained the PACE interview notes, it was quite clear that he was talking perfectly normally to the police officers, and also, it was also clear that he'd been giving us a false address.
The MIB was by now so suspicious that it called in expert investigators specialising in covert filming.
We live in a surveillance society. Effectively, fraudsters are aware that they might be placed under surveillance. And to that end, we have to stay one step ahead of the game. And the equipment that we have to use has to be cutting edge. It's as simple as that.
Using all its expertise to stay hidden, the surveillance team went deep undercover to find out what was really going on.
What we did discover when we eventually turned up and undertook the surveillance on him was that he was visiting a gym. Filming in a gym is obviously going to be quite a difficult scenario for the operatives to find themselves in. They're likely to be in sportswear. There's not a lot of room to hide a camera in a pair of shorts or a sports vest.
But they overcame these challenges and were able to film Michael without being detected. What they discovered was jaw-dropping. He was talking and bantering with other gym users.
There was no form of dysfunction visible in any way, shape or form. He was a man that was just going about his normal routine or daily life and wasn't hampered in any way, shape or form by the purported injury that he'd sustained.
It was solid evidence of lying and fraud.
We presented this evidence to Mr. Richards via his lawyers, who promptly withdrew his claim.
But the MIB wasn't prepared to let the case drop. It wanted to see Michael's attempt to defraud them punished.
We took the case to court. The judge accepted that he had tried to mislead the court. He was guilty of contempt of court, and consequently, Mr. Richards received a prison sentence.
Michael was sentenced to 4 months in prison for falsely claiming £2.35 million.
For us, it felt excellent that someone who was claiming a 7-figure sum, their case was pushed all the way through into the criminal court. It felt as if that person had received their just desserts.
One of the largest ever insurance fraud rings is busted.
In that 18 months, they could have made £3.2 million.
And a swindling claimer is shamed for life.
What this shows you is that it's not okay to do that. And do you realise what impact that will have on your friends and your family if you get caught?
Please get back!
Insurance fraud is on the rise. Hunting and punishing the criminals responsible is an elite police squad called the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED.
The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department was set up earlier this year with the sole intention of combating the rise in insurance fraud. We are a dedicated unit that works exclusively tackling that problem.
A growing number of fraudsters are prepared to lie and cheat their way to money they don't deserve. But they'd better watch their backs, because IFED is on the case.
Since our go-live date early this year, we've effected over 120 arrests in the first 6 months, and we are continuing to work up and down the country, bringing these offenders to justice.
IFED is determined to win the fight against fraudsters.
We're out to stop them in their tracks. There's every chance that an IFED detective may come knocking on their door to arrest them for committing an insurance fraud.
Yeah, we're looking to go to 2 addresses today to arrest 2 suspects who we believe have conspired together to plan a crash between a coach and a car, purely for the purposes of submitting fake personal injury whiplash claims. The evidence that we'll be looking at today, we'll be looking to find any documentation in relation to any of those insurance claims, any vehicle documentation of the vehicle that was involved in the collision with the coach, and also one very important thing is mobile phones, because we believe there has been some sort of mobile phone contact both before and immediately after the crash between individuals on the coach and the main person who we know has planned this particular fraud.
IFED believes that the 2 suspects hoped to make money by falsely claiming for whiplash injuries sustained in the fake crash. If the claimant paid out, with numerous personal injury claims and damage to vehicles, they were set to make over £100,000. IFED needs to find their first suspect, and they also need to find evidence that links him to the car and the coach passengers. They begin their search for the suspect at his mum's house.
Police?
Oh, City Police. Who's here? Just yourself? Yeah. Where's his flat?
The first suspect's mum claims that she doesn't know where his flat is.
She's saying that he lives in his own flat, moved out 4 months ago. She doesn't know the door number, doesn't know the flat name or anything else. So she says she's got no contact number for her own son, everything else. So she's clearly lying to us, clearly obstructing us. Probably so that she can put a phone call in as soon as we've gone and sort of tip them off, really, that we're on our way.
She tells them to try his ex-partner's place, but says she doesn't know the exact address of that either.
Right, what is the front door? What colour's the front door? Let's start easy then. I do think you're lying to me, and the patience is wearing a bit thin. How do you get contact? So he doesn't phone you. Do you have a mobile? You don't have a mobile. He needs to phone, because otherwise we'll come back, and we will keep coming back until we get him, OK? Because this is quite serious. It's not going to go away.
Using the rough information she's given them, their next stop is the house of the first suspect's ex-partner.
Police. Is he in?
No, he doesn't live here with me.
Do you know his address?
No.
All right, OK.
The ex-partner has no idea where he is, and the hunt is beginning to feel like a wild goose chase. Their investigations have given them one last address to try.
He's opening up, he's opening up.
They arrive at the block of flats and quickly establish which apartment the suspects are in.
That's where they are?
Yeah.
Are they in?
I think so, I'm not sure.
Finally, it seems like they're getting closer.
Hello, mate.
Not here, mate.
He's not here. Does he live here?
Lives downstairs.
What number?
I don't know.
Yet again, the first suspect seems to have eluded them, but suddenly they get a lead about the second suspect.
Do you just live here on your own, do you?
No, I live with my son.
What's his name?
When the man reveals the name of his son, they realise they've found the second suspect. Then he backtracks and confirms the first suspect is there too.
Easy. Right, where are they?
Just hang on.
What? No, not hanging on. Hello, word with you, mate. Can you come in the front room?
But when they enter the premises, it's clear he's hiding from them.
Is he in there?
It doesn't take long to flush him out, though.
Yeah? All right. So don't give me no more all right?
Right, mate. Have a seat.
Right, you're being arrested for conspiracy to defraud, OK?
Although both suspects are under arrest, it's still far from being a watertight case. It's vital that the team find documentary evidence of the suspected fraud, or the charges won't stand up, and the whole case will be dropped.
What I don't want to do, mate, is turn this upside down and shake it, yeah? Which I will do if I have to. But if you give us what I'm asking to, there's no need for me to do that.
The enhanced security features on top-of-the-range cars means that thieves are losing out, and fraudsters are being stopped in their tracks too. Head teacher Alan Bromley drove a car that befitted his status, a BMW 3 Series. But if he'd gone for a more down-market car, he might have got away with his scam. One night, he drove to a carol service and parked nearby, keeping the keys in his possession the whole time. Afterwards, he got a lift home because he'd had a few drinks. A short time later, his car was found ablaze 6 miles away. Alan contacted his insurers to say his car had been stolen and set on fire. But right from the start, things didn't add up. Ursula Coulibaly is head of financial crime and worked on the Alan Bromley claim.
We first suspected that there may be something wrong with Alan Bromley's claim when he phoned through to our fire and theft teams. Some of the reports that we had from the police and the fire brigade, some of the information that was in there again contradicted the story that Mr Bromley gave us when he initially made his claim.
The insurers were particularly concerned about the timings Alan had given them.
Independent engineer's report that we asked for, again as part of the investigation, specifically set out if the car was stolen without keys, what tools they'd need to have to steal the car, and more importantly, how long it would take. With the timings that Mr Bromley gave us and at the time that the fire brigade attended, there's no way that it could have happened as it was described.
Alarm bells were ringing, and the insurers asked a company specialising in vehicle examination to look at what was left of the car. Phil Hoyes is the engineer who performed the inspection.
When I found the vehicle, it had sustained quite heavy fire damage. The condition of the car was approaching a complete burnout.
Even so, he was still able to carry out a thorough assessment.
My remit was really quite straightforward for examining the car. It was to determine whether there were any signs of forced entry. When I got to examining the locking system and the doors, there was no sign of forced damage to the locking systems or around the door hinges or the door frames themselves or the door mechanisms.
So, if the doors hadn't been forced, then the only way into the car for a thief would have been the windows. But there was a problem there too.
A close examination inside the doors found the glass from the windows that had melted inside the doors, showing that the windows weren't smashed. If the windows had been smashed and forced entry had been gained that way, then you'd find the fragments of the glass inside the vehicle and it had melted in that position.
He hadn't lost the keys, there was no forced entry, and the windows hadn't been smashed. So how could the car have been stolen? Alan Bromley's story was going up in smoke, but he wasn't going to budge.
Despite the information and the evidence that we'd managed to gain from our investigations, Mr Bromley's been adamant throughout that he's not acted in a fraudulent manner.
There was one more piece of evidence for the insurers to analyse, and it proved to be the most important. The key to what really happened was just that, the car key. It contains a microchip, which records detailed information about the car that can be analysed later.
It does give us information such as what the mileage was at the last time it was driven and also the last time it was used. When we did the keys analysis report, it contradicted Alan Bromley's case. What it told us actually was that the car had been used after that he told us he'd used it last. And in addition to that, it was just shortly before the fire brigade were called.
They now had all the evidence. The only thing missing was a motive. But luckily, the keys analysis report, together with evidence from the financial contract for the car, gave them the information they needed.
Within that contract, there was terms around how much mileage he could do per year. Once again, from the keys report, that helped us to determine that actually Mr Bromley had gone way over his mileage allowance. In the event he either gave his car back, he would either have to pay the entire financial agreement in full, or he'd have to pay the excess for the additional mileage, which was significant. We believe that was the financial motive for what happened.
With evidence and a motive, the insurers informed Mr Bromley that they wouldn't be paying his claim. At that point, the police moved in to arrest him. But even then, Alan Bromley stuck to his version of events.
Mr Bromley has always denied that the claim that he submitted was fraudulent throughout our investigation process and once it went to court.
Alan Bromley was prosecuted for false representation and he was given a 12-week suspended sentence. Although he stood to lose a lot of money on the vehicle contract, the cost to Alan Bromley's reputation and career is arguably greater. He's currently banned from teaching.
In Mr Bromley's case, he was upstanding in the community, he was a head teacher, well thought of, And what this shows you is that it's not okay to do that. And do you realise what impact that will have on your friends and your family if you get caught? If you're ever thinking about doing something like this, think again. Insurers are a lot better at detecting fraud, and now we've got the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, and they will take action, and don't let it be you that they come to next.
While some fraudsters exaggerate claims for genuine car accidents,
and the infectious brake, yeah.
others demand compensation for collisions that never even happened. These so-called accidents are known as staged crashes and can generate a lot of money. This makes them an attractive prospect for criminal gangs. As far back as 2006, Longmeadow Farm near Luton was on the police radar as a possible setting for organised criminal activity. At the time, the police had no actual evidence of any wrongdoing, so they decided to set up a surveillance team to find out more. Detective Constable Mick Keneally, who has since retired, was part of the operation.
The purpose of doing the observations was to establish what criminality the group of people at Longmeadow Farm were involved in, if any.
And it wasn't long before the police surveillance at the farm began to bear fruit. When this blue Astra arrives at Longmeadow, it looks to be in pretty good nick. But without ever leaving the farm, 24 hours later, it's so smashed up that it's become a complete write-off. It's clear evidence of a car being deliberately damaged.
There were vehicles, obviously, clearly, that were being damaged at Longmeadow Farm, so that gave us the view that they were involved in criminal activity involved around stage-induced, exaggerated accident claims.
Staged accidents were just the start. There were more revelations to come when the police expanded their investigations.
We made contact with the insurers and established that some of the vehicles on the farm were also subject of accident claims. And from that, we were able to establish who the accident management company were that were involved in that. And that came down to a company called Swift Accident Management. It was only when we looked at who was managing all those accidents. It turns out they were in business with the people from Longmeadow Farm.
Accident management companies exist solely to manage and process claims from people involved in accidents. The link between the people who were damaging cars at Longmeadow Farm and the people who operated Swift Accident Management immediately aroused suspicion and pointed towards Swift operating fraudulently.
There are genuine accident management companies, but there are a lot of accident management companies who are either completely fraudulent or do some fraud in that they exaggerate claims, they add ghost passengers to claims, so they make money fraudulently.
Ghost passengers is a term for when an accident management company adds fictitious passengers to a genuine accident in order to bump up the amount of personal injury being claimed. It was a technique that Swift used to cheat more money out of insurers, but the fraudulent behaviour didn't stop there.
At the same office where they were, in Leagrave Road, there was a taxi firm called Kim's Fleet Cars. The manager of Kim's Fleet Cars was the brother of the manager of Swift Accident Management. So they had a number of drivers there, a number of cars that they used in fraudulent claims. So they created their own business, and they do that by staging accidents where an accident's never happened. They're completely fictitious, so that any money that's made goes directly to the accident management company, and it's a way of making a lot of money from a single claim.
There was now enough evidence to convince the police they had uncovered a huge web of criminal activity. Between them, the criminals at Swift and Longmeadow Farm were creating staged accidents on an industrial scale.
Swift Accident Management themselves were in business between August 2005 and November 2006. So in effect, they were in business for about 18 months. In the 18 months, they dealt with 180 accident claims, and out of those, there were 230 individual claims. So the extra 50 were for personal injury claims. So it was a lot in that period of time, and of course, that generates a huge amount of money.
It looks like the level of criminality didn't stop there. It seems one of the gang members was also engaged in a more basic form of theft, stealing CDs from the wrecked cars. In terms of claims already paid out and claims submitted, Swift stood to cheat the insurers out of a mind-blowing amount of money.
If you looked at what Swift could have made in that 18 months, they could have made £3.2 million.
The police operation ensured the gang operating Swift and Longmeadow Farm didn't get away with it. Once they had evidence of cars being deliberately damaged, the police moved in. The sheer scale of the criminal operation meant that 750 people gave statements, 60 people were arrested, and 36 vehicles were seized. The hearings alone lasted 3 years, and 37 people were convicted.
Police? Oh, City Police.
The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED, is on the hunt for suspects it believes are linked to an alleged crash for cash scam. After being given the runaround, IFED eventually tracks down the man they believe to be the ringleader to a flat belonging to the other suspects on their list. The IFED team cracks on with their search for evidence.
Is that them all? What I don't want to do, mate, is turn this upside down and shake it, yeah? Which I will do if I have to. But if you give us what I'm asking to, there's no need for me to do that. All right, mate.
What they're looking for is proof of the link between the two men and the accident with the coach and the car.
Mark, found two mobile phones that we're interested in. We've found some documentation. I believe it links into the offence that we are investigating. We've also found a number of bank cards, which I want to compare to certain elements of the offence.
But that's just the start. As the IFED team searches the flat, they turn up signs of a separate offence.
He's got a big box of Moody football kits.
So they're basically just, what, they Everton?
All different ones.
So they're all counterfeit gear, basically, then, yeah? Huh? Yeah. Right. Bag it all up.
Does it work? How old is it?
They decide to get the suspects taken away to a local police station, but the search for evidence continues.
Police, hello?
DS Mark Forster leads the search in the first suspect's flat.
This is how we found it when we've come into the bedroom. There's box that may have been taken off the wardrobe or some other place. There's a bag here which is empty, so I can only presume that all of this documentation was in this bag. So at some time shortly before we've arrived and arrested him this morning, he's obviously had a quick rummage through this, maybe in an attempt to try and get rid of evidence, basically, that might be key to our investigation. He's obviously been tipped off the fact that we were looking for him because obviously we've been to his mother's address, we've been to his ex-partner's address. We know that when we've arrested him upstairs, his mobile phone sat on the table, ringing with his mum, trying to get in touch with him. She told us that she didn't know where he lived, didn't know his address, didn't have a contact telephone number for him or any way of getting in touch with him. So I'll be going back and having a word with Mum later on today, I think.
After sifting through the paperwork, Mark finds the evidence he's looking for, a link between the suspect and the vehicle.
We found a driving licence belonging to the driver of the car. That hit the coach up the rear. We found insurance documentation relating to the insurance of that vehicle, MOT certificates, a current MOT certificate for that vehicle, and various other scraps of paper with lists of names which we believe may be those people that were on the coach at the time of the accident who subsequently put in personal injury claims. So it's nice because it links the gentleman who lives here to both parties, those on the coach and the driver of the car. And it's fantastic evidence for us, and certainly more than we thought we'd find.
Does it work?
Both suspects are currently on bail. If charged with conspiracy to commit fraud and found guilty, they could get a jail term of up to 10 years. In the first 6 months of operation, IFED has already busted 80 suspected fraudsters. This pair aren't the first, and they certainly won't be the last to get a knock on the door from the elite police squad. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds a year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back. Armed with covert surveillance systems.
The equipment that we have to use has to be cutting edge. It's as simple as that.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques.
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, the fraud enforcement team confronts a gang of suspected insurance cheats.
Police.
A debt-ridden dentist fakes his own death.
She appeared to be upset, a few tears, but I didn't believe her.
And a footballer who claimed he couldn't play has some unwanted spectators at his home ground.
Claimant is now walking towards the buildings to the right of the stadium.
Welcome to Doncaster, home of James Shackell. James used to be a promising footballer with the possibility of a professional career ahead of him. That was until 2002, when he was involved in a car crash, leaving James very badly injured. Because the car he was in was uninsured, the bill for James's injuries had to be footed by the MIB, the Motor Insurers Bureau.
The MIB is a not-for-profit organisation funded by the insurance industry, set up purely to provide a means of compensation for victims of both uninsured and untraced driving.
James was not going to be a professional sportsman, but at least he had financial security. The MIB had already paid £30,000 to the cropped footballer, with tens of thousands more to hopefully follow. Over time, James experienced a gradual improvement in his condition. But in 2008, 6 years after the crash, an outlandish request for a further £1.3 million caused the MIB to look again.
Suddenly we were faced with a claim for accommodation. He was saying he needed single-storey accommodation. He was saying he needed large amounts of personal care to look after him. This didn't fit with the pattern of the injuries and the recovery that he'd been making up to that point.
This information was surprising to the MIB. Wanting to know more, it called in some expert snoops. If you want to spy on someone, the surveillance group will get the job done. It's got a team of highly trained operatives who know how to follow your every move.
We live in a surveillance society. Fraudsters are aware that they might be placed under surveillance. And to that end, we have to stay one step ahead of the game and ahead of them. That means that we have to tailor our methods accordingly, and the equipment that we have to use has to be cutting edge. It's as simple as that. Ultimately, our task is to gain an objective slice of their life. So it's simply a case of turning up and maximising the amount of footage that we can get so that others within the legal process can form a good, objective opinion of someone's capabilities.
Entering the passenger side, door closed.
Roger.
Tim and his team were given the job of filming the local soccer star.
The claimant now a passenger, backseat of a red Peugeot.
And one cold December afternoon, it found that despite suffering from difficulty concentrating,
Claimant is now walking towards the buildings to the right of the stadium.
severe fatigue, poor motivation and poor coordination,
Claimant now unsighted towards the changing rooms.
and aching in his neck and ankles, James Shackell was still capable of this.
The footage shows effectively James Shackell playing a game of football in a normal manner, running from one end of the pitch to the other and making minute decisions in kind of microseconds, whether he should head the ball, whether he should kick the ball, all those types of things. And this was clearly a man who said that he needed constant assistance from his father, and clearly his father wasn't there running beside him telling him to score, telling him to kick the ball, telling him to head the ball. So I think that the footage really speaks volumes in this case.
Mr. Schickel was playing football for Erdlington Rovers. He had recently obtained a Man of the Match award. He was captain of the side.
I guess he felt that no one really cared, or no one would be kind of monitoring his activity overall.
This kind of behaviour is simply not acceptable. It's not acceptable to MIB, it's not acceptable to the insurance industry, and clearly the courts support that view by the extent of the sentences.
It's not okay to exaggerate. It's not okay to gain an extra amount of money from an insurer. It's still lying, and when someone lies, it's attempting to defraud someone.
James was sentenced to 12 months for contempt of court after submitting an exaggerated claim for £1.35 million. His father, Robert Schickel, also received a year's imprisonment for supporting his son's claim.
The money, ultimately, that MIB pay and the cost of running MIB all comes from premium-paying motorists. It's yours and my premium that are funding the claims that we pay.
A dodgy dentist comes back from the grave.
It takes a hard-hearted individual, I believe, to put his family through what they've been put through.
And a London crash for cash gang gets busted.
And he's now associating with vehicle 2 and the occupants.
In the fight against the growing problem of insurance fraud, an elite police squad has come together to form IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. £50 of each premium you pay each year goes to the fraudsters. We have been set up to tackle that problem.
This dedicated team works tirelessly to bang up the crooks and conmen getting rich off other people's money.
It is our intention to create a climate of fear for the fraudster. There's every chance that an IFED detective may come knocking on their door to arrest them for committing an insurance fraud.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
By April 2012, after only 6 months of operating, it had already busted 80 fraudsters, adding up to £12 million of fraud under investigation.
These people are criminals. These are nasty people. They don't go out to work on a Monday morning like most people do. Their work is submitting insurance fraud claims.
It's basically an investigation into organised motor vehicle fraud. There's 4 main targets today. They basically incept insurance policies on motor vehicles that they don't own. Then that vehicle is involved in an accident, either staged or entirely made up. And then they claim for recovery of the third-party vehicle, storage costs, hire cars and personal injury claims. There's 2 main addresses we've got Section 8 warrants for. Okay.
The group being targeted by IFED is thought to specialise in a specific type of motor insurance fraud, crash for cash. Crash for cash is a term given to collisions executed in order to make money from motor insurance policies. And it's big business. There are an estimated 30,000 crash for cash incidents per year on Britain's roads, valued at least £350 million. Adding an average of £44 to your motor insurance bill every year. It's time for IFED to move in on the suspects.
There's quite a large number of people involved in the fraud, incepting insurance policies and being named as either third-party drivers, claiming hire car costs, storage costs and personal injury. But we've identified 4 main suspects who we're looking to arrest today.
IFED's first destination is a pair of heavily guarded neighbouring houses. The buildings are smothered in CCTV cameras. IFED hopes to search for evidence of fraud at the properties, but has no idea how many potential suspects will be standing in its way. There's no sign of life from the house on the right, but the team find the house on the left unlocked. Inside, they discover a suspect with his pockets full of cash, but no incriminating paperwork.
We just found some money, £1,000 in the pocket of one of the suspects. I just leave that with you.
What have been nicked for conspiracy to fraud? He's getting a bit played with that one there.
Do you want it? If you come then.
Where are your shoes?
So who nicked him, Barry? You?
I'm
Right,
The other house has not been so easy to access, but IFED has found a small open window.
He's in.
Police! Open the door, please. Good morning. Good morning, we've got a warrant to search this address.
Hello. See London Police. We're executing a search warrant. Do you want to get yourself up?
4 startled occupants are turfed out of bed.
Do you want to jump up out of bed and we'll come and speak to you downstairs? Okay? I'll explain exactly what's happening.
No, that is my uncle came back.
Right, all take a seat, take a seat. Okay, we've got a warrant to search this address.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm just telling you what's happening. We're going to search the address. It's in relation to conspiracy to defraud insurance companies. Okay, motor vehicle fraud.
No, nobody.
I'm just telling you what we said. That's
Right.
the warrant relates to motor vehicle fraud, okay? So we're going to search this address.
Right.
You understand? Right, first of all, you're under arrest for conspiracy to defraud, okay? You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later run in court.
What fraud? I haven't done no.
Motor vehicle fraud.
I haven't done no motor.
Okay, you can tell me in the interview, okay?
All right.
Yeah, should we just sit him out of the way for a time, don't you?
IFED makes 2 arrests, but the key suspect is nowhere to be seen. So they start the search for the hard evidence needed to get the convictions.
We're looking for items associated with motor insurance fraud, so computers, mobile phones, any documentation relating to insurance policies. We'll take that phone and charger. So this one will be bedroom 3.
The search has only just begun when there is a breakthrough in the hunt for the missing suspect.
Yes. No, this is it.
Could this be their man?
Can we come in? I'll just explain to you what's going on. You're burning the house down.
Crash for cash gangs operate all over Britain. Most choose a set area or even a regular stretch of road on which to operate. Simply slamming on their brakes in front of a victim would attract suspicion, so the crash gangs have evolved a devious 2-car tactic. First, the gang chooses a victim. Then they move their 2 cars into position in front of the target. Gang car number 1 then slams on its brakes. Gang car 2 reacts by braking hard, resulting in a rear-end shunt from the victim. Gang car 1 then turns off at the next possible turning, pretending to be unaware of the crash. One crash gang chose northwest London as their hunting ground, frequently crashing for cash on London's North Circular. What the gang didn't count on was a dedicated unit from the Met Police filming their every move.
They were a gang based up in northwest London who were on a daily basis slamming on in front of vehicles so they can make claims through various accident management companies and put in personal injury claims.
The Met wanted the gang off the roads, so it set about gathering evidence. For a bird's eye view of the gang at work, DC Eastick called in the help of the Met Police helicopter.
We used the helicopter to try and film the gang causing these accidents because it's more graphic from the air when you see vehicles slamming on and the other vehicle driving off and no party of it, what we call the decoy vehicle. It also just demonstrates quite clearly to the jury what is going on.
Dispatched at the last minute, the police helicopter just manages to capture the crash gang as it springs its trap. At the top of the screen, Gang Car 1 is about to be seen braking hard. gang car 2 reacts, forcing the victim in the white transit van to smash into it. Minutes later, the occupants of the 2 cars meet up. The crash footage captured by the helicopter was not very clear. DC Eastick and his team would need better evidence to get the gang convicted. Then, one fateful day in the summer of 2009, they filmed the gang having a very busy day on North London's roads. It's 12:40 on the 29th of July 2009. The police are tailing the gang. Gang car 1 and 2 are setting up their latest victim for a smash. This time, they're foiled by the quick reactions of the intended victim. 3 hours later, they come across the gang after a reckless crash on a motorway slip road. The innocent victim has accepted responsibility for the crash and hands over his details. The fraudsters, absorbed in fleecing their latest victim, are completely unaware of the hazard they created. Still, the Met had not captured indisputable evidence that these incidents were staged. They had to prove that these cars were working as a team, and that afternoon, their patience was to be rewarded. The 2 gang cars are observed filling up at a petrol station. Then, the gang members do something that seals the case for the police.
And he's now associating with vehicle 2 and the occupants.
The high five really was mission accomplished, because that demonstrates that they obviously had a mission for that day and they accomplished that mission, and that was to cause an accident. When this case went to court, the video evidence that we obtained was so compelling that they really had no choice but to plead guilty at the earliest opportunity, which resulted in one of them getting 8 months imprisonment and 2 of the others getting 6 months imprisonment.
Personally, I think they're outrageous. It's costing me and every other motor policy holder an extra £40 or £50. If you're involved in a crash, take pictures of all the individuals, take pictures of the damage to their vehicle, not only your vehicle but their vehicle. It's evidence later on that you can provide to your insurance company that might just protect your no claims bonus and prove that this was a fraud.
Most insurance companies employ specialist fraud investigators who can spot a suspicious claim from looking at just a few pieces of paperwork, meaning it's hard to elude them, even from beyond the grave. Welcome to Barnstable. This peaceful Devonshire town used to be home to father of 4, Emmanuel Paresis.
I think Emmanuel Paresis was viewed as a pillar of the community. As a dentist, you're held in high regard, obviously.
Earning a hefty £135,000 a year, Mr. Paresis should have lived a very comfortable life. But tragically, in 2009, during a trip to Jordan, he died in a car crash. His grieving wife received £51,000 in insurance payouts and was due to receive a further £1.8 million from his life insurance policies. But first, she had to wait. Insurers will always check a claim of this size and nature, so private investigator John Saunders was called in to investigate.
When someone dies overseas, insurance companies come to us asking for advice on documentation and so forth. And I think over the last 25 years I've worked in 74 countries I've been to investigate claims.
John started to look into the case and straight away found inconsistencies.
The story was that they'd spent August in Greece on holiday, and his wife came back with the children to the end of August, beginning of September, because they were starting school. And Emmanuel apparently had then taken his mother from Greece to see a heart specialist in Jordan, in Amman. It seems strange that he wanted to go all the way to Amman to see a heart specialist, when I'm sure there are very good heart specialists in Athens.
After a meeting with Mrs. Paresis, John's suspicions were raised even further.
When I interviewed the wife, she appeared to be upset, a few tears, but I didn't believe her. She didn't have sufficient knowledge. Had her husband died as claimed, I'd have expected to have more information about where he was buried, who arranged the burial, who he was with at the time, which hospital he died in. But it was clear to me she wouldn't prepared herself for such questions and didn't know the answers, yet they were meant to be very close.
John had a hunch, but no evidence, so he jetted off to Greece to check out the paperwork. But everything looked above board. So he moved on to the scene of the crash, Jordan, where he made some important discoveries.
The death registration certificate was a fake document. There was no record at the cemetery of any burial. And then my visit to the Greek embassy there, where it appeared they'd been told all about the death by, I think it was Costas, a lawyer. When we looked at the embassy, looked at the documents and found that the lawyer had a Hotmail address. I thought it was rather unusual for a law firm to have a Hotmail address. And it was pretty clear to me that the lawyer didn't exist. It was Emmanuel Parisas taking on the role of the lawyer. So by that time we had more than sufficient evidence to show that he had not died.
John knew Mr. Parisas was alive, but had no idea where he was hiding. So he flew back to England and handed his evidence to the police. The job of finding the deceptive dentist was given to DI Mike West of the Devon and Cornwall Police.
I knew that it was going to be complex, and I knew that the inquiry needed to be focused. Parisas had stayed in Greece, we believe, waiting for the £1.8 million to roll in. But when that didn't happen, and certainly didn't happen anytime soon, he had to do something. He had a wife and 4 children in the UK to support.
A major breakthrough in the case occurred around 9 months after the fake death, when they received a tip-off that Parisas had resurfaced in Scotland, immediately alerting DI Mike West.
We identified the fact that Parisas was living under the name of Neil McLaren, and he was operating as a dentist within a surgery in Peterhead, within the Grampian area of Scotland.
After almost a year-long manhunt, the trail had come to an end. DI Mike West closed in on the resurrected dentist.
Parisas was arrested in the company of other family members. He certainly showed some surprise when we arrived at his doorstep. We identified a fraud kit which enabled him to fake his identity. It included official-looking stamps, documentation from various universities and seats of learning. He was obviously prepared for this and living a lie for a significant period of time.
For 3 months, Mr. and Mrs. Parisas had left their children thinking they had lost their dad.
It takes a hard-hearted individual, I believe, to put his family through what they've been put through, and the psychological damage can't be underestimated.
For her part, Mrs. Parisas was sentenced to 16 weeks. Mr. Parisas was jailed for 5 years on fraud charges and struck off the General Dental Council's register. His sentence was later reduced to 3 years. The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED, is executing a raid at the first of 3 addresses. It suspects some occupants are linked to a crash-for-cash ring. The officers have already made 2 arrests. They've been bagging evidence at the raid properties for just under an hour and are trying to track down their outstanding suspect.
Just something maybe of interest, various mobile phones are ringing, but one of them potentially has the name of the outstanding suspect coming up.
Is it?
Yeah. There is one outstanding, isn't there?
Yeah, does it keep coming up? It's number, name,
yeah,
isn't it?
I believe so. It's a variation of the name.
Good morning, it's Sean Corrigan. How you doing? I've just got 3 body checks, please, if you want the details.
The 3 men being held downstairs are not believed to be fraudsters, but stored in one of their mobile phones is the number of the missing suspect.
Are these your phones? Yeah, I think the guy who we're trying to arrest is ringing them. Can you get his number up?
IFED gets access to the suspect's number.
It's PC Corrigan from police station, you're right. The sooner we speak to you, the better. How long do you reckon you'll be? About half an hour. Can you make it any sooner? You'll try, okay.
Excellent.
Upstairs, the evidence is mounting.
Claimant solicitors and a certificate of motor insurance. Sorry to hear that you've been involved in a road traffic accident and have sustained injuries. Okay, this is exactly what we've been looking for. You know, you'd have expected someone involved in this kind of activity to keep a stash of documentation somewhere. It looks like we may have found it.
The outstanding suspect has predictably not shown up. With the evidence in the bag, the team follows a lead to a third property.
You go in the back, mate, yeah? I'm from the City London Police. Can I just come in? I'll just speak to you about what we're doing. Basically, we've got a warrant for this address, OK? Let me come in and I'll explain to you, all right?
Something burning.
Are you all right? You're burning the house down? Can we come in? I'll just explain to you what's going on. Yeah? It's all right.
Is it off? Yeah, I've got everything sorted.
DCI Dave Wood is very interested in the burnt paper in the kitchen and toilet.
Where's the... Well, it appeared from the time that it took us to travel from the previous search warrant addresses to here, which is a short journey, we only took about 7 or 8 minutes. In that time, I'm guessing communication has been passed into this premises where the lady who's opened the door to us eventually has burnt some evidence.
Despite the smokescreen, the IFED officers still find an armful of evidence and decide to arrest the suspect they came for.
OK, you don't have to say anything but my defence if you're not mentioning questions, something you later on in court, and if you do say maybe giving it evidence. Do you understand? Yeah. OK.
The missing suspect has still not been arrested. All other suspects are currently on bail, and if convicted of insurance fraud, could face up to 10 years in prison. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The CCTV cameras are the best tool we've got in our fight against fraud.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques.
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a specialist police fraud unit is on the hunt for fake pet insurance claims. A crash for cash gang pick a big victim.
And the infectious brake, yeah. Got it.
And an insurer is taken for a ride.
This is a guy who claims that he'll never be able to work again and is in pretty well constant pain.
All of these collisions are crash for cash attempts. Crash for cash is a term given to collisions executed in order to make money from motor insurance policies. And it's rife. A recent poll found that 5% of drivers under the age of 35 have staged an accident in order to make a fraudulent insurance claim. But crash for cash is not an opportunistic crime. It's organised, often by gangs. Simply slamming on the brakes in front of a victim would attract suspicion, so the crash gangs have evolved a devious two-car tactic. First, the gang choose a victim. Then they move their two cars into position in front of the target. Gang car number 1 then slams on its brakes. Gang Car 2 reacts by braking hard, resulting in a rear-end shunt from the victim. Gang Car 1 then turns off at the next possible turning, pretending to be unaware of the crash. The march of the Crash for Cash gangs isn't going unchecked. A specialist unit from the Metropolitan Police is determined to remove these fraudsters from our roads.
Any tactic that we can think of, we will use to catch these people.
One of the unit's most powerful tools is video surveillance.
Both vehicles now in the offside lane of 2.
It's September 2007. A Crash for Cash gang is being filmed on the A41. The gang is setting up a grocery van for a smash.
Yes, it's the offside lane towards the Mike 25. And
the gang didn't randomly pick the grocery van as a victim. They chose it because it's a fleet vehicle.
The reason for choosing a fleet vehicle is that they're insured, and that's what they're interested in. They're interested in whoever hits them is insured, so they can maximise their claim and not be worried about being run into by a non-insured driver.
The gang move in on the innocent van driver. Car number 1 is about to slam on its brakes, forcing car 2 to react.
Yes, it's the offside lane towards the Mike 25. And the infectress, brake, yeah, got it. Yeah.
Car 1, the decoy, has driven off, leaving car 2 to make the claim against the innocent grocer.
Yeah, the lorry's now just gone into the back of the Jaguar.
And have obtained.
We have obtained.
We started looking at this organised criminal gang.
Asian male 1 now out of the vehicle, and the subject.
This smash was one of 3 claims the gang made, totalling £55,000. Thanks to the video evidence, they didn't keep a penny.
All 6 were convicted. The main ringleader receiving some 8 months imprisonment, and the remaining 5 2-year suspended sentences.
These fraudsters were off the roads, but the Met Traffic Unit is fighting a constant battle against Crash for Cash gangs. In the autumn of 2009, the unit discovered another crash gang, and once again a fleet vehicle was the target.
It involved three lads who decided to basically create a slam-on in front of a vehicle.
The blue car ahead is planning to execute a Crash for Cash manoeuvre. They're not using a decoy car and simply plan to surprise the driver of the fleet vehicle. The van driver falls into their trap.
The reason they stated for them to do an emergency stop was because there was a bus stop, and there was a bus at the bus stop, and there was a woman stepping off the bus onto the road, and that was the reason why they stopped.
But the fraudsters are out of luck, as the camera fitted to the fleet vehicle reveals the truth of the matter.
As you see on the footage, there is a bus stop, but there is no bus, and there certainly isn't a woman stepping onto the road. When I saw the evidence, I thought it was very audacious, and I was very surprised that someone could be so blatant just to slam on for no apparent reason in the middle of a busy junction on a busy road, with no regard whatsoever to the chaos that causes.
At Croydon Crown Court, all 3 occupants of the car were found guilty of fraud by false representation, and each sentenced to 3 months imprisonment. A satisfactory outcome for the owners of the fleet vehicle, online grocer Ocado.
Specifically targeting our drivers is very distressing for them. It feels a bit like being mugged. It also affects their professional pride in the job that they do. Where we believe there's a fraudulent crash, we will pursue it right through the court system. There's no debate about that at all. We'll take it all the way.
This sort of crime is probably a growing trend in this country now. If people go to prison, they might think twice about doing it.
Brake, yeah.
There is absolutely the potential that a staged fraudulent accident can kill someone. There's no doubt about that. It's an accident, and it has all the same dangers as any other road accident.
A police unit raids the home of a suspected insurance fraudster.
Yeah, okay.
A corner shop in Barnsley gets torched.
She lied to her family, she's lied to her friends, and she lied to the police about what happened.
And a private investigator closes in on a shamed claimer.
During the footage, it clearly shows him going up 40, 50 feet high in order to get on a ride.
In the fight against the growing problem of insurance fraud, an elite police squad have come together to form IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Insurance fraudsters are hitting us in our pockets. That's not right. IFED have been set up to combat that problem, and we will do so by making arrests all over the country.
This dedicated team works tirelessly to bang up the crooks and con men getting rich off other people's money.
If you commit insurance fraud, there's every chance that IFED are going to come knocking on your door and bringing you to justice.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
By April 2012, after only 6 months of operating, they had already busted 80 fraudsters, adding up to £12 million of fraud under investigation.
Insurance fraud is seen at the moment as an easy touch. IFED are setting out to stop that and make these organised crime groups think again.
IFED investigates every type of insurance fraud: personal injury, buildings, holiday, even pet insurance fraud. Fraudulent pet insurance claims rose from £420,000 in 2009 to £1.92 million in 2011, a nearly five-fold increase over 2 years. Today, IFED is planning a raid on a suspect known to have a long track record of claiming against multiple insurance policies.
I've in fact dealt with her earlier this year about a number of cases, in fact 8 cases in total. This time when I arrest her, I'm going to have to be interviewing her about another 20 cases.
As well as making numerous home contents claims, she has submitted a large number of pet insurance claims with different insurers.
I'm just getting the paperwork together and we're going to have to move quite quickly on this and arrest her sooner rather than later because the claims keep on coming in.
On the raid, the IFED team will be keen to establish whether any of the supposedly deceased dogs are still alive.
We've got information to suggest there is one Chihuahua which is alive, but we think there might be other dogs there as well. We're also going to be looking for computers and telephones, and you know, for evidence of her applying for the insurance policies. It's hard to separate, you know, fact from fiction. She comes up with a whole lot of stories, so we're going to have to be careful with the way we deal with her.
The team members arrive outside the suspect's house. Not knowing what to expect, they leave nothing to chance and put on protective equipment.
Hello, Alex Cooley, yeah. We met in January, didn't we? Do you want to take a seat? No, okay. Take a seat and I'll explain. I'm going to arrest you for a whole number of fake insurance claims.
With access to the property gained, T.I. Cooley explains to the suspects what they're looking for.
We need to look for evidence, basically to confirm what dogs you have, yeah, and to look for documentation to the insurance policies, okay? So, how many Chihuahuas? I saw one standing up.
Scrappy type pit bull, so just go easy. He looks like he's ready to jump.
Yeah, okay. Give dog legs.
To shut that door, I don't intend to search that.
We do need to get her to the police station as soon as practical. We're going to have a look and we're going to search the house for evidence relating to the insurance fraud.
Before taking the suspect into custody, the IFED team ask her to direct them to any documents relating to insurance.
Is there anything here that you can help us with to quicken our search? Any paperwork relating to those insurance claims?
What, the claims that's gone on already, or...?
Anything to do with insurance? Any claims?
I had no claims of these. Is that one?
Thank you. You just place it on there for us.
Sorry, yeah.
Anything like that.
The suspect is compliant. She shows the team where to find the paperwork it has come for.
You just leave that there, we'll make the details, we won't take it with us.
Is there anything upstairs in your bedroom?
The suspect is taken into custody for further questioning, leaving IFED to search the whole house for evidence of multiple fraudulent pet insurance claims. IFED's search for evidence keeps running into little interruptions. Personal injury insurance exists to help us when, due to an accident, we are unable to work or need money for extra care. And like motor insurance, it's being abused by dishonest claimants. The number of personal injury claims received by insurers leapt 72% between 2002 and 2010, a figure that is set to rise. In 2007, this man was injured at work.
The claimant had been operating a burger van. He was mopping up at the end of the day, and somebody had collided with the rear of it, as a result of which he'd sustained damage to both knees.
Due to his knee injuries, the burger van owner sought compensation. Stating that he was no longer able to work, he claimed for £425,000 in lost future earnings. On top of that, he made a further claim for adaptations to his property.
Shortly after the firm was instructed, we received a request for an interim payment to enable this guy to adapt his house to fit a through lift, a downstairs bathroom and a downstairs toilet, suggesting a very high level of disability indeed.
This was an unforeseen expense for the insurer, but before they paid out on any adaptations to the burger van owner's house, some information about the claimant was discovered.
Some medical evidence, though, emerged which suggested that he had convictions for fraud and dishonesty, as a result of which they became particularly interested in the possibility that this claim might be one that they should be looking at very hard.
The insurer was suspicious of the claimant. They decided to call in the help of a private investigator.
Insurers will sometimes commission surveillance when they believe that the injury which is being claimed does not support the level of damages which is beginning to emerge, and that was certainly the case here.
The nature of his work means the investigator needs to remain anonymous.
We specialise in surveillance as a company, and as a percentage, 75% of the surveillance we carry out is insurance fraud or insurance-related surveillance.
Due to an anonymous tip-off, the private investigator was instructed to film the claimant for a whole Sunday.
The solicitor was very keen for us to place the claimant under surveillance that particular weekend, so it was one Friday evening that I received a call on my mobile from the solicitor, and we dispatched a surveillance team. You know, it's very short notice for us to get the surveillance team and unit together and deployed out to the claimant's home address. He did come out of the house in the morning, seemed to be loading up and sorting out his car. Well, what unfolded was incredible, really.
The claimant was on a day trip to an amusement park. After buying himself a ticket, the private investigator entered the park and set about surveying the claimant.
We filmed him as and when it was possible. At the theme park, he was going on rides, and he did have a walking stick with him, but it didn't seem as though he was using it in a weight-bearing capacity.
The video evidence showed a man capable of walking without the aid of a stick and comfortably handling a fairground mallet.
Later on during the day, you know the strongman hammer, you bang it with a mallet and up it goes and you're trying to hit the bell. He was filmed using one of those. This is a guy who claims that he'll never be able to work again. He's totally restricted with his mobility and he's in pretty well constant pain.
That day, his claim to need a stair lift and downstairs bathroom was also to be dispelled.
It's interesting that he claimed that he needed a ground floor bathroom and a stair lift. However, during the footage, it clearly shows him going up 40, 50 feet high in order to get on a ride.
The surveillance op filmed the claimant managing a 4-story ascent before shooting down an amusement ride.
day, the camera does not lie, and you can't argue the case. The video footage clearly shows an individual who is exaggerating his symptoms. From the time he left his home address to going back after he'd been to the theme park, he was out for approximately 10 hours of the day.
In the face of such overwhelming evidence, the burger van owner had no choice but to accept a vastly reduced payout.
The result of all this was that a claim which was originally put at £800,000 settled for a very small fraction of that indeed. In addition to getting his small percentage of what he claimed, there was also a costs order against him. This is another case where I'd be very surprised if the claimant came out any better off than he went in.
I would say the general public would think, hang on a minute, I pay huge premiums for my motor insurance, for my household insurance, and they seem to be going up every single year, way above the rate of inflation. And the reason they're going up is because we have become a claim culture. This person's really exaggerating and they're defrauding the system. And as a result of these individuals, our claims are going through the roof.
Most business premises in the UK are insured against property damage. A sensible measure when you consider that in the UK in 2009, large-scale fire damage costs totalled £865 million. Shockingly, 40% of all fires at commercial premises are subsequently found to have been arson. Meet Sukhjit Kaur. She and her husband used to own D&S Supersave, a corner shop in Barnsley, South Yorkshire. D&S Supersave had been serving the needs of East Barnsley until a terrible event destroyed the family business.
It was 3:30 in the morning, the 9th of March 2010, when the police received a call from Mrs. Carr. Mrs. Carr was in a very hysterical state. And she was at a neighbour's address at the time. The neighbour took over the call and the information was passed through the neighbour to the effect that 3 masked men had gone into Mrs. Carr's home address, held them knife point, her and her husband and a small child. For a number of hours they'd been held hostage at knife point, and just prior to leaving the address, the masked men set fire to the premises.
Her husband was also asked about the masked gang.
Mr. Singh maintained the same story, that 3 masked men had gone into the house, held them at knife point, and set fire to the premises.
Sukhjit and her husband claimed to have been subjected to a frightening attack, lost their livelihood, and nearly killed in their own home. Their neighbour, Jean Kay, was also affected by the fire.
The neighbour was very shook up. It was 3:30 in the morning. She was asleep in bed. She was awoken by the sound of an explosion, which was probably from aerosols within the store. When she woke, the house was smoke-filled. She did suffer from smoke inhalation, and she had to be taken to hospital for treatment. Had she not woke up, it could have been much, much more serious.
Having survived the ordeal, Mrs. Kaur informed her insurer of the event, submitting a claim for £166,000. With this payout, Sukhjit and her husband could rebuild their business. Their insurer began to process their claim, but soon hit a snag.
We discovered that she'd taken the policy out one day before the fire.
This coincidence raised the suspicion of the insurer, so they looked into the financial state of the couple. It didn't look good.
Mrs. Kaur told our loss adjuster that the business had been in financial difficulty for some years. They used to run a post office which went, and for the last 6-7 years they'd had great difficulty in surviving, and she'd borrowed lots of money from a local money lender. She didn't admit to the loss adjuster or to us exactly how much she owed, but we know, having done the background checks in terms of financial status, and this is in the public domain, that she owed up to, or she had CCJs to the value of £150,000.
With a business deeply in debt and a potential insurance payout of £166,000, the insurer had good reason to suspect Sukhjit and her husband were involved in the arson. So South Yorkshire Police brought her in for questioning.
When we first spoke to Mrs. Cower, she broke down and told us that she was in a lot of debt and that she was involved. That led to her arrest, and she was formally interviewed at the police station. And it was during that interview that she confessed to being involved in setting the fire for the purpose of making an insurance claim.
Although she confessed to the crime, Sukhjit insisted the plan hadn't been her idea.
She owed a lot of money to the loan shark, and he wanted his money back. So what he suggested to her, put in a large insurance fraud. He would organise people to come into the shop at the dead of night and actually set the fire.
At Sheffield Crown Court, Sukhjit Kaur was sentenced to 5 years for conspiracy to defraud, later reduced to 4 years on appeal. For his part in the deception, her husband was sentenced to 3 years.
She had, of her own accord, managed to get herself into a lot of debt. She couldn't manage that debt. She could see no way out of that debt. She lied to her family, she's lied to her friends, and she lied to the police about what happened.
When we found out they'd been given custodial sentences, for us at Allianz it was a very pleasing outcome. It sends a message out that insurance fraud is no longer a victimless crime. There are victims, and you won't get away with it.
Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED, has raided the property of a woman suspected of multiple attempts of pet insurance fraud. She has been taken into custody, leaving the team to search her property for evidence. Her boyfriend has just arrived outside.
Oh, the boyfriend's here, right, okay. She's just with a female officer because we're going to be questioning her today in police station. Well, she was dealt with for a number of offences earlier in the year, as you know. Unfortunately, there are offences which have occurred more recently, and some going back over the last couple of years.
IFED resumes its search. Just like the suspect, her boyfriend proves to be helpful in the hunt for evidence.
I'm Cecile.
The search for evidence spreads to the first floor of the property.
I'll take these two because they're just related to her identity documents.
You give that back on the highway?
Yeah, she'll be entitled to everything back.
In less than an hour, the team has unearthed several bags of potential evidence relating to pet insurance claims. Making the search more complicated is the fact that the suspect goes under several aliases.
That's Mrs.
Do you missus?
Yeah.
Even after an hour, the team still isn't used to the smaller inhabitants of the house.
Oh, look around.
Oh, are you?
IFED has seen enough. It has a boot full of potential evidence, leaving the team confident of a conviction.
It is putting money on everyone's insurance policies because the fraud element is always taken into account by the insurers. So hopefully by arresting the suspect today will make some small contribution towards turning things around, so that hopefully one day insurance premiums can start to come down.
If convicted of fraud, the suspect could face a punishing fine and a spell in prison. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
Everything that we do has to remain cutting edge.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques.
Without having something like this, we would always be one step behind.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department busts into the house of a suspect.
You right, we got a warrant.
One claimer discovers that no win, no fee doesn't apply to fraud.
Somewhat surprisingly and shockingly, found that no, she was not on that bus.
And a supposedly injured fraudster's story falls apart.
Most striking thing of the 12 days footage is there was no wheelchair.
Being a fraudster is a full-time job, as one would-be conman found to his cost when he failed to keep up his deception whilst under surveillance. In 2006, lorry driver Graham Loveday was the victim of a minor road traffic incident. The details were passed to the driver's insurer. On the face of it, this was a straightforward low-speed collision, as CEO David Slater reveals.
Mr. Loveday was driving along the road and he passed a petrol station, and as he passed the petrol station, our policyholder pulled out and hit the rear wheel. Mr. Loveday initially went for a medical report, and that report initially said that he got a whiplash injury with some bruising, and that the whole injury would resolve itself inside 5 to 8 months.
So far, so simple. Graham stood to gain the standard amount of compensation for whiplash, around £2,500. But 12 months after the accident, things seemed to take a dramatic turn for the worse.
Then subsequently went for a second medical report about a year later, and in fact at that medical report the doctor was unable to assess him because he said he was unable to get out of his wheelchair.
It was an astonishing development. Mr. Loveday's condition had deteriorated to the point where he claimed he often required a wheelchair and even on good days had difficulty getting around.
And he subsequently claimed that he was pretty much wheelchair bound and obviously had constant pain all the time and was unable to do many of the basic tasks of everyday living and needed extensive care from his wife.
It wasn't just physical injuries. He also said he was suffering psychologically.
Mr. Loveday also claimed that he had a phobia of car travel. So he literally said that if he got into a car, that would immediately make him vomit.
With such extensive injuries, the claim for treatment and care was mounting.
Our legal advice was that in this case, the cost to us would have been approximately £1 million.
The insurer was becoming suspicious.
I think the first thing that rang alarm bells to us with this claim was when we received that second medical report. Certainly if someone has got an injury so severe that they're going to be wheelchair bound, normally that will be apparent very early on.
It just didn't add up.
We had these two medical reports showing completely different injuries, so clearly we wanted to get to the truth of whether the injury really was anywhere near as severe as he was now alleging.
The insurer went straight to a group of specialist undercover investigators, led by Tim Young.
Ultimately, our task is to gain an objective slice of their life. So it's simply a case of turning up and maximising the amount of footage that we can get so that others within the legal process can form a good, objective opinion of someone's capabilities.
Their mission was to covertly film Graham Loveday to see if he was as injured as he claimed.
The Graham Loveday case centred around the fact that we were dealing with an individual who was purportedly suffering from some form of physical disability, but not only that, there was psychological trauma as well. Around the area of his home address and around the kind of the overall area, he was presenting himself as a male who was actually quite disabled and walked in such a way as to suggest that he had a fairly significant disability.
What they saw at first seemed to fit with his statements, but then they got a tip-off that changed everything.
We've been informed that he was likely to be going on holiday, so we placed him under surveillance over a given period of time.
Claimant is now getting inside the driver's seat.
The man, who claimed to be sick when he was inside a car, was observed driving for several hours to his holiday destination.
He was found to travel from where he lived in South Wales all the way to the Isle of Wight.
Now with a left indication. Left indication.
It's a significant journey for someone who is purportedly nervous of driving and incapable, I guess, of sitting for long periods of time as well.
The surprises continued. Far from appearing tired or anxious after the lengthy journey, on arrival he seemed rejuvenated and was walking freely.
The contrast in his abilities and his overall demeanour was very significant. He was totally relaxed.
As he unwinds in what he thinks is the safety of a secluded campsite, he starts to demonstrate signs of his true physical ability.
I think that one of the most interesting pieces of footage that we gained was him lifting a generator.
He's now lifting something heavy out of on him.
And actually starting the petrol generator, so like a lawnmower, starting the engine in that way.
It seems to be pulling at something, i.e. a generator pull call to start.
On his return from holiday, he continues to perform a variety of strenuous physical activities.
There were a number of other specific examples. So, for example, he's seen servicing a car, which obviously involves a lot of bending over, which clearly you would not expect someone who's wheelchair-bound to be able to do.
The length of the surveillance meant they hadn't just caught him on a good day.
There was 12 days footage in total. We'd obviously been told that Mr. Loveday was wheelchair-bound. He needed a wheelchair if he travelled any distance at all. And the most striking thing of the 12 days footage is there was no wheelchair. It was very clear to us in this case that Mr. Loveday was grossly exaggerating the extent of his injuries. It was really rather difficult not to be absolutely certain that this was a fairly audacious attempt at a major fraud.
They had all the evidence they needed. The next step was to bring Graham Loveday to justice.
This case ended up in court. We felt it was really important to make it clear that Saga Insurance is not going to tolerate frauds of this type. Judge found Mr. Loveday guilty. Mr. Loveday was sentenced to 9 months in prison. Yeah, I think Mr. Loveday's motivation was undoubtedly agreed to try and get some more money. We certainly fought him in this case, yes.
A pair of claimers ashamed on camera.
Our expert didn't accept that there was any possibility whatsoever that they'd been injured.
In the fight against the growing problem of insurance fraud, an elite squad have come together to form IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. £50 of each premium you pay each year goes to the fraudsters. We have been set up to tackle that problem.
This dedicated team works tirelessly to bang up the crooks and con men getting rich off other people's money.
It is our intention to create a climate of fear for the fraudster. There's every chance that an IFED detective may come knocking on their door to arrest them for committing an insurance fraud.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
By April 2012, after only 6 months of operating, they had already busted 80 fraudsters, adding up to £12 million of fraud under investigation.
These people are criminals. These are nasty people. They don't go out to work on a Monday morning like most people do. Their work is submitting insurance fraud claims.
Today, the IFED team, led by DS Mark Forster, has come to raid the home of a suspect wanted for questioning about car insurance fraud.
But this particular individual accepted numerous motor insurance policies. We think somewhere in the region, just this one company, somewhere in the region of 60 or 70 motor insurance policies. The insurer puts the loss at somewhere in the region of £50,000.
The large number of motor insurance policies belonging to the suspect has led IFED to believe this indicates fraudulent activity. They want to arrest the suspect and question him in detail about what's going on.
Got the warrant then?
They're not expecting the inhabitants of the house to be cooperative and are ready to break their way in if needed.
Open up, please! Put the door in 3 seconds! Police, get back! Police! Get back! Stay where you are!
You all right, we got a warrant. Do you want to get yourself up, Donny?
Get back, Lloyd.
You're decent at the moment under there?
The first person they find is the mother of the suspect.
She's laying in bed, she's just getting up now, and we're obviously speaking to her to try and find out where her son is. We'll crack on with a search now. We've got a warrant to execute a search at this premises, OK, and that's been authorised by the City London Magistrates Court. It's in relation to fraud-related offences concerning your son.
Well, he lives at it. I kicked him out, actually.
Do you know the address where he's staying at the moment?
No, I don't.
Do you have a contact number for him? That'll be a good start for 10.
While Mark questions the suspect's mother in the lounge, the team starts searching the rest of the house. The hunt is on for documentary evidence linking the suspect to the fraud, so the case stands up in court. Unconvinced that the suspect has actually moved out, they focus on an upstairs room that might be his bedroom. But the first thing they find could be proof of an altogether different sort of crime: illegal drugs.
So there's cannabis in which bedroom?
There's 2 bags there. These are all empty bags with bits and remnants in.
There's an amount of cannabis upstairs in that bedroom, and there's a small amount down here as well. So obviously we're going to be seizing that and speaking to them more about who's around ownership possession of that.
The search continues. The next thing they discover is a hidden safe concealed behind a fireplace.
Do you last access this safe? Whose safe is it?
The key's been left in the door, so it's a simple job to open it up. Could this be where the evidence they need is stashed?
I'm arresting you on suspicion of possessing a controlled drug, cannabis.
Some chancers take advantage of genuine collisions to cheat their way to money they don't deserve. But insurers and transport companies are fighting back, using every high-tech tool at their disposal. CCTV is one of them. From time to time, buses are involved in minor incidents. Huyton bus station was the scene of one such incident. Valda Grant handled the case.
It was a number 15 bus travelling into Huyton bus station in the northwest. The bus was going slowly into the bus station, and there were some railings on his left-hand side, and he caught the railings with the bus as he was pulling into the bus station.
Not long after, the bus company heard from 2 of the passengers who'd been on board at the time.
These were 2 17-year-old passengers on the bus, and they both claimed they'd got whiplash injury. 2 with whiplash injury. One said she'd a shoulder injury because she banged her shoulder against the window.
This was an unexpected outcome, which didn't tally with the slow speed of the impact. The bus company wasted no time in checking the onboard CCTV to see if the footage supported the claims. The women can clearly be seen on the bus, but at no point do they seem to sustain any injury from a collision. In fact, the incident is so low impact, the passengers aren't even seen moving. When the women leave the bus, they even appear to be smiling.
When we got our own medical expert, we sent him the CCTV, plus the claimant's witness statements where they explain what happened in the accident and how they were injured. Our expert didn't accept that there was any possibility whatsoever that they'd been injured.
The civil claim proceeded to court, and the bus company used the footage to make their case. Luckily, justice prevailed.
The court dismissed the claim, and the claimants didn't receive any damages.
Without CCTV cameras, it could have been a very different result, and the two women might have got away with their false claim.
It is a sad state of affairs that you need the CCTV, but it would be sadder if we didn't have them, because we would not be able to fight these claims.
When it comes to trying their luck with bus companies, some claimers are even more shameless than the previous pair. At least they were on the bus in question. The next story concerns a would-be fraudster who attempted to claim for injuries that she couldn't possibly have suffered. Jonathan Crooks, the manager of Transcare Law, works for the bus company involved and investigated the case.
Anissa Nasser was in Queen Street bus station in Liverpool.
It's a busy station, and one of the buses was hit at low speed by another bus. Not long afterwards, the company was contacted by Anissa Nasser.
When she presented a claim for personal injury on the basis that she had been an occupant of the bus when it was hit. She claimed that she was jolted and that she suffered whiplash-type injuries to her neck.
The case was passed on to one of the bus company's own claims handlers.
Our claims handler will have checked the CCTV footage from the inside of the bus to make sure that Anissa Nasser was indeed on the bus when it was hit.
What they saw blew her claim out of the water.
Somewhat surprisingly and shockingly, found that no, she was not on that bus. In fact, the camera showed her standing in the bus station watching what was happening.
Watching what was happening and clearly coming up with a scheme to scam money from the bus company. The pictures show her stood outside the bus, watching the impact, and then getting on the bus that was hit after the collision had happened. The CCTV pictures were more than enough evidence for the bus company to reject her claim, but they didn't stop there.
Also, what she didn't realise was that she wasn't in a no-lose situation, because once we'd rejected her claim for compensation, we were determined not to let matters lie there, and that we would try and, as a deterrence for other people, take her to court.
It was impossible to argue with the evidence from the CCTV camera, and Anissa Nasser was found guilty.
The sentence for Miss Nasser was a 4-month suspended prison sentence, 180 hours community service, and she had to pay the prosecution legal costs as well.
But perhaps she's paid an even greater cost than the sentence itself.
She's got a criminal record now. A lot of doors are now shut to her in terms of future employment, applications for mortgages, etc., etc. People just seem to think that they can take an opportunistic pop at people like us, and they live to regret it.
Technology is a key weapon in the fight against insurance fraud. Our next would-be swindler was caught out when she failed to cover her tracks and left an electronic footprint leading to her downfall. In 2011, Jodie Jackman was one of the drivers in a serious car accident. It involved 2 motors and a total of 7 people, including the other driver, Katie Ashcroft. Jodie reported the accident to her insurer and accepted liability. Claire Laver is a lawyer who worked on the case for the insurer.
7 claims for personal injury and other vehicle-related losses were made. The third-party driver received a sum of money for the damage to her vehicle, as did the policyholder, and in total that was around about £11,000.
This payout covered the damage to both cars and the personal injury claims for all 7 people involved. That appeared to be that, until, due to an unrelated matter, Jodie was suspended from her admin job. A routine trawl through her work email account by her employers revealed a surprising email exchange.
Where they had suggested getting involved in fabricating an accident and making a fraudulent claim.
Swift Cover's Chief Claims Officer, Robin Reams, was passed the full details of the incriminating exchange. One email from Katie to Jodie reads,
"All we got to do is carry out instructions when given. You've got 3 in your car. Looks better if we both get handled by different people."
Jodie replies,
"I'm scared, me."
Katie reassures her.
"I'm scared too. Both the guys have done it before, so it's sweet."
It was very clear from the emails that this was a deliberate attempt to defraud an insurer by creating an accident that didn't take place and for 7 people to make personal injury claims that they didn't suffer.
Further digging revealed the motive behind the fraudulent claim was financial.
The 2 girls were undergoing some financial strain at the time. One of them had a loan with a loan shark, another one had some £5,000 worth of debt.
They were desperately in need of the £11,000 payout from the insurer. It turned out they had maximised their money by persuading 5 other people to pretend they were passengers and put in fake injury claims. All 7 were taken to court.
The result of the court case was that 7 pleaded guilty to conspiracy to defraud, and of those, 3 received a 12-week custodial sentence, suspended for 1 year, and the other 4 received a 6-month community order. This seemed to be an opportunity for them to make some quick cash. The result is it didn't work out that way. They got caught. They lost their jobs, they have a criminal record, and it sends a very clear message to fraudsters out there that we will find them and we will do all we can to protect innocent, law-abiding policyholders.
But the story didn't end there. The insurance company decided to pursue the women for the money they'd cheated out of them.
They will have to pay back the £11,000 that was paid to them by Swiftcover in the end anyway. So it was a completely pointless exercise which has left them much worse off than they'd intended.
The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED, has come to arrest a suspect they believe is involved in car insurance fraud. He's nowhere to be seen, but they've chanced upon a hidden safe, which they're hoping will contain some of the evidence they need to make the case stand up.
Do you last access this safe?
As they go through the contents, they find an array of checkbooks and documents, which they bag up for further investigation.
It's a security measure to make sure that should they be subject to a burglary, that nobody gets all their banking details, all their checkbooks, credit cards, passports, etc. Quite ironic, really.
But there's still no sign of the suspect. IFED persuaded the mother to hand over a contact number for her son, but they've had no luck with that either.
It's just going straight through to voicemail. We've left him a number of voicemails, asking him basically to get in touch with us, to basically get himself here.
Their persistence pays off, and he eventually rings back.
Where are you? Sheffield. What are you doing up there? What vehicle are you driving? How are you going to get in?
IFED has done their homework on the suspect. When they eventually make contact, they deliberately reveal some of the information they have, so he knows they're onto him.
I know which vehicles you've got access to. I just want to know which vehicle you're going to come in.
Meanwhile, the family guard dog seems to be having an off day.
Full focus, brilliant. So you're going to be here in an hour? Don't muck me about. I'm trusting you now to turn up here within the hour. Lovely. See you then.
Usually we find that that's enough to draw him back to home, as it were, especially when his mum's here on her own.
Although the suspect has promised to return home, there's still no sign of him after 45 minutes. The IFED team is starting to lose patience. Suddenly, another call comes in, but it's not from the suspect. It's from a man who says he's his lawyer.
I'm going to put the phone down in a minute, sir, right?
The lawyer explains that the suspect won't be coming to the house as promised. The IFED team thinks they smell a rat.
If he's a professional solicitor, he's just laughing down the phone to me. Anyway, that's a nice distraction for us. Where were we?
Their search is turning up an ever-increasing quantity of drugs.
While we're sitting here, there's a waft of, quite a strong waft of cannabis coming from just behind where my colleague sat there, and so that's like the third and fourth sort of small quantity of cannabis we found in the house now. In sort of 3 or 4 different rooms.
With drugs uncovered in several locations around the property, it's important that IFED investigates the illegal substances thoroughly. The mother is the only person in the house, and Mark takes the decision to arrest her in connection with the drugs.
She's the only one on the premises and there's drugs all over it, so she can come in.
I'm arresting you on suspicion of possessing a controlled drug, cannabis, and on suspicion
What, tiny
of
mouth?
conspiring to defraud. The cannabis
Oh my
that's been
God.
found in this house. So.
What? Right, a joint.
What? There's been cannabis found in this
Yeah,
house.
a joint,
Up
yeah.
there. Yeah, it's an offence.
Just then, the suspect calls again.
Hello, is that you? I've had a few phone calls from Mohammed. He tells me that you want to turn up at the police station, not come here. And the time, you've got 15 minutes to get here, so you've run out of time.
For arresting me.
Why am I arresting her? For cannabis possession and conspiracy to defraud. Your timing couldn't have been more impeccable. She's just been arrested and she's going to the police station. Are you coming to the home or to the police station?
There's scales, there's grinders used for grinding down cannabis resin and bits and pieces like that. Scales for weighing the drugs out.
Suddenly, there's a commotion at the door as someone tries to enter.
Oh, mate, hang on. Who's that? Come on, fella.
It's her son, but unfortunately not the son IFED is after.
Yeah, well, just leave it, man. Like, what can I do? I've just woke up, man. Get that out of my face.
Although they didn't get their hands on the suspect, IFED has found significant amounts of potential evidence to help with their case. It's been a successful raid. Mark is confident they'll eventually get their man.
He is a very well-known person and he will come sooner or later to our attention or to the police's attention, and he'll get arrested sooner rather than later if he fails to give himself up today. So we will catch up with him eventually. Would have been nice to have got him today, but like I say, we've secured all the evidence from the house, so we're not going to lose anything in relation to our investigation.
The police eventually arrested the suspect and questioned him about the alleged fraud. He and his mother are currently on bail, and the investigation is ongoing. In the short amount of time that IFED has been in existence, the team has had a huge impact, investigating over 300 suspected insurance scams and taking the fight to the fraudsters. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds every year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The equipment that we have to use has to be cutting edge. It's as simple as that.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques.
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department is on the trail of 3 suspects.
Does he reside here, sir?
Yes, he's in bed. He doesn't need to be disturbed.
Well, we need to speak to him, sir.
A gang who deliberately cause road traffic collisions is targeted.
It is a matter of time before someone is seriously hurt.
And the camera never lies, even if fraudsters do.
I see quite a lot of surveillance evidence, but even I was quite shocked. The deceit level was probably the biggest that I've ever seen.
Herne Bay, on the Kent coast, was the perfect place for ex-policeman Michael Hoare to enjoy his retirement. Until a road traffic collision caused by another driver left Michael injured and his car damaged. He submitted a claim on the insurance of the driver responsible. Susan Evans is fraud operations manager at the insurance company that handled the claim.
Mr. Hoare stopped at the entry to a roundabout and our policyholder had collided with the rear of his vehicle.
The claim included a list of the injuries that Michael had suffered.
The injuries that Mr Hall alleged to have been suffering with were a whiplash to the back and to the neck, an injury to his left foot and his left knee, and some psychological problems, including flashbacks of the accident.
He was claiming for a significant level of injury, which would require a hefty payout.
We were probably looking at between about 30 to 40,000 in relation to the claim itself.
The large claim also included the cost of a piece of equipment more associated with leisure than pain relief.
Mr Hall put a claim in for £2,300 for a hot tub.
With such extensive injuries, it seemed likely that the policyholder's car would be a write-off, but this was not the case.
There was about £1,500 worth of damage to our policyholder's vehicle, which is not a significant accident by any stretch of the imagination, and the injuries that were being complained of as the medical evidence was materialising were far more severe than one would have anticipated.
The inconsistency between the extent of the injuries and the relatively minor damage to the vehicle set alarm bells ringing. The insurer needed to get to the truth. The best way was to go undercover. The insurer called on the services of a group of investigators who specialise in concealed cameras and covert filming.
Our role is simply to remain covert at all times, to go in, take footage and take as much footage as possible so that the courts can form a correct legal opinion of someone's ability or disability.
Surveillance took place on the same day that Michael had to attend an examination.
On the day of his medical, presented himself as a person who needed a walking aid, who was very, very ill. He was kind of almost shuffling along. At one stage, he stopped and clearly appeared to have some form of twinge in his back, and presented himself as someone with a significant disability.
The footage supported Michael's claim, but the surveillance group had their suspicions.
This is a man who I suspect that he's under surveillance at that given point in time and wants to portray himself in a certain way.
However, other footage revealed Michael taking part in an activity that blew apart the deception.
We saw him drag out from behind his property a fairly substantial powerboat on a trailer, attach it to a 4x4 and then drive it off to the local harbour. And our last sighting of him was him sailing off into the sunset.
Under the sharp focus of the surveillance cameras, it was apparent that this former pillar of the community was trying to cheat his way to a payout that he didn't deserve.
What's kind of shocking about this particular case is that we're dealing with an ex-police officer who would have been exposed to investigating fraud and crime on a day-to-day basis. So one would think that he would have a strong sense of right and wrong.
I see quite a lot of surveillance evidence, but even I was quite shocked. The deceit level was probably the biggest that I've ever seen. I think he was a very, very good actor.
With the insurer now certain the claim was fraudulent, the decision was taken to pursue the matter in a criminal court.
A decision was made to take it to a criminal court and allow a judge to decide the outcome.
Before the trial, Mr. Hoare tried to claim that the person in the footage was in fact his brother, but that was a lie too.
There was no resemblance to his brother at all.
The case proceeded to trial. Despite the formidable amount of evidence against him, Michael initially pleaded not guilty. But the footage was so compelling that something highly unusual happened in court.
Sometime into the trial, the judge stopped the proceedings and suggested that it would have been within Mr. Hoare's best interests if he pleaded guilty. He did eventually plead guilty and received a 6-month suspended sentence for 12 months. For us, actually getting the genuine claim settled quickly and efficiently and weeding out these fraudulent claims is a good day's work.
A road crash gang that targets innocent drivers.
I think the whole experience for the young girl was shocking and terrifying.
And some photos of crash damage are decidedly dodgy.
The expert found that those images had been tampered with, they'd been altered, they'd been taken from different cameras.
In the fight against the growing problem of insurance fraud, an elite police squad have come together to form IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Departments.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. £50 of each premium you pay each year goes to the fraudsters. We have been set up to tackle that problem.
This dedicated team works tirelessly to bang up the crooks and con men getting rich off other people's money.
Police, get back!
It is our intention to create a climate of fear for the fraudster. There's every chance that an IFED detective may come knocking on their door to arrest them for committing an insurance fraud.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
By April 2012, after only 6 months of operating, they had already busted 80 fraudsters, adding up to £12 million of fraud under investigation.
These people are criminals. These are nasty people. They don't go out to work on a Monday morning like most people do. Their work is submitting insurance fraud claims.
Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department is investigating a suspected car insurance fraud. It believes a multi-car incident was completely staged. The collision involved a convoy of 3 cars driven by people who knew each other and were all travelling to the same place. DS Mark Forster and his team are aiming to make 3 arrests.
The guy we're going to see first off this morning is his involvement when he was driving at the back of the convoy and is the vehicle that has allegedly caused this accident. The vehicle that was at the front of the convoy, front of the 3 vehicles, was a sports car. We suspect, or the whole reason for this accident claim and this insurance claim was in order to get the sports car done up. There was large repair costs that were submitted to the insurers, PI, personal injury claims, replacement vehicle hire, credit exchange, and also even right the way down to recovery costs. But it totaled somewhere in the region of £80,000.
They believe the first suspect on the list was the driver of the car at the back of the convoy, who supposedly caused the crash by driving into the vehicle in front. It's 6:30 in the morning when Mark and his team arrive at the address. The father of the suspect comes out to meet them and wants to know what's going on.
London Police. It's Mike. We want to speak to him in connection to an insurance fraud that we believe he's involved in. That's all the detail I can give you, sir.
Right.
Okay. I can speak to him more about it, but I can't yourself. I take it you are, you're his father?
I'm his father, yeah.
Okay. Does he reside here, sir?
Yes, he
is.
He's in bed and he doesn't need to be disturbed at the moment.
Well, we need to speak to him, sir.
He reveals the first suspect is in the house, and the man in question eventually comes to talk to Mark.
We need to speak to you today.
Okay.
In relation to a matter that's been referred to us.
Right.
In relation to what we suspect is insurance fraud.
They take him down to the local police station for questioning. With 2 arrests still to be made, IFED gets back on the road.
He's just been booked in and just been put in a cell. He just came out with it, indicated that he knew what it was all about and said that he didn't see any point in lying about any involvement. So I don't know what he's going to say on interview. We obviously didn't question him any further. But he asked if we were picking up any of the others that were involved, was his exact words. So what exactly that means, I don't know.
Next stop for the IFED team is a property where they believe the second and third suspects will both be. The second suspect was a passenger and put in a claim for personal injury. The third suspect is the owner of the sports car.
We think all these lads have got together, basically come up with this plan and decided to make up this accident and put in numerous claims from it.
They arrive at the property and are hopeful both suspects will be in. After securing the back of the building, they prepare to enter through the front. It's vital to the success of the case that they find and question the 2 suspects. But will they be at home?
How many clients you got?
9.
9. I'm further arresting you on suspicion of cultivation of cannabis.
Criminal gangs that commit car insurance fraud will stop at nothing to make a quick buck, and they don't care whose lives they're putting at risk. One such gang operated on the outskirts of London, and what they did endangered countless road users. They came to the attention of Detective Inspector Dave Hindmarsh, who heads up a special Met Police traffic unit. His team was set up to combat the organised criminal gangs who commit car insurance fraud through road traffic collisions.
Our team came across the gang for Operation Coronado, initially as a result of anonymous Crime Stoppers information.
The gang was using a dangerous technique the Met traffic unit are well used to seeing on the UK's roads: the induced collision. First, the gang choose a victim. Then they move their two cars into position in front of the target. Gang car number 1 then slams on its brakes. Gang car 2 reacts by braking hard, resulting in a rear-end shunt from the victim. Gang car 1 then turns off at the next possible turning, pretending to be unaware of the crash. It's highly dangerous, and the consequences for other road users could be deadly. Operation Coronado was launched to gather proof of what was going on. The traffic unit set up video surveillance. It wasn't long before the intelligence they gathered showed the gang was working in a very specific area.
They go round the roundabout on the A127 some 9 times, looking for their victim, their target.
The surveillance footage shows a black Golf and a green Saab, circling for over 6 minutes as they choose their prey. Eventually, they identify a suitable innocent driver.
The Golf brakes and turns left away from the Saab. The Saab brakes, over-exaggerates its braking and stops. Unfortunately, the young girl driving crashed into the back of their Saab, and then she in turn was hit by a white van.
The crash happens on the other side of the roundabout, and the covert filming team just catches the end of the incident.
I think they chose that particular victim because she was driving a relatively nice car, and she was a lone female, so she's not going to cause them any problems, and the likelihood is that she would be insured.
What was planned as a shunt had in seconds become a multi-vehicle pile-up.
I think the whole experience for the young girl was shocking and terrifying, not only to crash into a vehicle, but then to be hit from the rear.
But that's of zero concern to the gang, who waste no time in collecting their victims' insurance details so they can make a claim. To make the case stand up, the police needed to prove beyond doubt that there was a link between the two cars being driven by the gang members.
We can show that there is association before or after between both parties, then it assists us, and it is quite crucial in providing the best possible evidence to the jury.
The surveillance continued, and before long the gang is spotted trawling the roads for another victim. This time they're filmed inducing a collision on a motorway slip road. Car 1 brakes hard, Car 2 brakes even harder, and the target can't avoid crashing into the back of them. To ensure they have indisputable evidence, the police unit continue to trail the gang. Eventually their persistence pays off when both cars stop at a petrol station car park.
The meeting up at the petrol station shows association. It shows that the driver of the Golf and the driver of the Saab are known to each other. They've met up before. They've then caused a crash, which clearly is no random act. This was an induced collision done so that they could commit fraud against the insurance industry.
The evidence was impossible to argue with, and the gang was brought to justice with 12 defendants sentenced to a total of 19 years and 6 months. It was another successful result for the traffic unit, but there are still other fraudsters on the roads who care nothing for the safety of others.
It is a matter of time before someone is seriously hurt, and my team will use every method available in order to catch them, and that will be overt tactics, covert tactics, the use of the helicopter, the use of surveillance teams. Any tactic that we can think of, we will use to catch these people.
Technology is increasingly used to detect fraud, but in some cases it's used to create fraud too. However, insurers are working hard to stay one click ahead, as this next case demonstrates. Robin Reams is the Chief Claims Officer for an insurance company. They were contacted by a policyholder who reported an incident involving their vehicle.
The claim was for damage to a vehicle. It was a total loss, so quite significant damage to a car, approximately £10,000 worth, which would mean it was not something that we would repair.
Photos of the wreckage were sent to the insurer. standard procedure for a claim of this size. But there was something about the images that was less than picture perfect.
Our suspicions were aroused because the photographs that we received of the damage to the car didn't look right. What struck us in particular was the damage to the front of the car. The quality of the photographs around the damage to the tyres and the front wheels were not consistent with the photograph quality of the rest of the car.
The case clearly required further scrutiny, so the insurer called in an expert to put the evidence under the microscope. Grant Ruffley is the forensic IT consultant asked to examine the images.
There's several methods we can look at to see if these images have been tampered with in any way. A lot of these images come from digital cameras and they hold a signature to the images similar to a fingerprint, which tells you where the picture was taken, what date, time, what exposure levels. In this case, digital fingerprint of these images removed.
The absence of this kind of data indicates that images have been altered from their original form. This didn't necessarily prove that the photos had been tampered with, but then other evidence started to mount up.
The images varied from very low resolution images to very high resolution images, which wasn't consistent with a general use of a digital camera.
The inconsistency is particularly noticeable in this picture of the interior.
As you can see here, it's a very high resolution image, consistent with professional photographer. Somebody to take this type of shot would take probably 2 or 3 hours.
The discrepancies continued in other shots.
As you can see, the alloy wheel here is very rugby shaped as opposed to a normal wheel as you would expect round, especially with the wall of the tyre. It's very thick at the top here and then very thin and goes virtually into nothing on the back of the alloy wheel there. This photo has been manipulated to show an alloy wheel which maybe wasn't on the vehicle at the time of the incident. It seems to be a better standard of alloy wheel than probably the one originally on the vehicle.
Not only were the pictures being altered, new elements were actually being added on, and the evidence of manipulation didn't stop there.
The airbags in this image are quite visible, and as you can see from this image here, there's no airbags visible in the windscreen.
Which leads to an unavoidable conclusion.
It could be possible that the person who's claiming for this vehicle is trying to insinuate it was a high-impact collision or hoping to have the vehicle written off.
The evidence of fraud was stacking up.
Our final conclusion with regards to the analysis of these photographs were in fact that they were poorly edited, and as such we believe that they were used in order to put forward a fraudulent claim.
A report of the examination was compiled and passed back to the insurer.
The expert found that those images had been tampered with, they'd been altered, they'd been taken from different cameras, and that the images that we had been sent showing damage to the car was not actually a true reflection of that damage.
A fraudulent claim was clearly being made, but on investigation, the insurer found that the driver of the wrecked vehicle was totally innocent. So they looked again at the other people who had been involved in the claim, the salvage yard and the assessor. What they uncovered next indicated a much more organised outfit.
The salvage yard sent the assessor some photographs of the actual car. The assessor then doctored those to superimpose damage from a similar vehicle that had more significant damage done to it, in order that that vehicle would be written off, when the real case was it probably was a car that could have been repaired at little value. The salvage agent would then be free to repair it and make a significant profit on selling it on later.
Although the case didn't result in a prosecution, the insurer recovered their losses. They're also able to recognise and combat this type of fraud more easily.
I think what surprised us was the lengths that somebody would go to doctor a photograph and actually not do it terribly well. But it is an indication of the lengths that many people will go to commit fraud, and the way that we, Swiftcover, need to have highly trained people to identify potential fraud, new methods, new ways of working, new scams, and that is a constant challenge for us.
IFED has come to arrest 3 suspects who they believe are connected to a suspected car insurance fraud. They arrested the first one early that morning and are pursuing the remaining 2 suspects. The trail has led them to a second property. The IFED team is optimistic they will find both suspects inside.
We're in.
As they enter the property, they are met by the second suspect.
All right, fella. Firstly, okay, I need to speak to you today regarding an allegation that's been made where it's alleged that you're involved in a conspiracy to defraud insurance companies. All right, hear me out, yeah? Okay, so in relation to that offence and that allegation, I'm arresting you on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud, and we'll be looking to interview you later on this morning.
Although there's no sign of the third suspect in the flat, they make an important discovery of another kind.
How many plants you got?
9.
9. I'm further arresting you on suspicion of cultivation of cannabis. All right, so in relation to that offence of cultivation of cannabis, I remind you are under caution. All right?
Sorry, mate.
All right, no problem.
I'm proper scared now.
It's all right.
I don't like dealing with people on the street. I smoke weed like I've got my own bombs. I just sit in here and smoke weed.
That's the gentleman who we believe has submitted the PI claim. He was the passenger. Obviously, we've gone in there. I've arrested him in relation to that conspiracy to defraud. And we've uncovered there a sort of small little cultivation of cannabis sort of factory, if you like. He's got all the aircon machine and everything else. He's got about, he said, 9 plants in there, so he's cultivating cannabis, although he says it's for his own personal use. It's quite a lot of cannabis.
Birthday yesterday.
Sorry?
It's my birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday for yesterday.
Yeah, isn't it?
Take a seat. Try and drive carefully.
The search continues for the third suspect, the owner of the sports car.
We're on our way now to a company address where we know that one of the individuals involved in this fake claim is it's his place of work, basically. They're like the body repair shop, and a lot of the repairs to the damage and things were meant to have been done through this company. So we've got 2 arrested so far, as you're aware. We're going to go and pick up this guy. He'll be the third. First chap this morning has been interviewed. Scott's interviewed him this morning. He's just come out of interview, and the guy's admitted on interview that this accident is a complete fabrication. 2 of the vehicles were taken to the scene where the accident was meant to happen, and one was deliberately driven down the side of the other. The rest of the damage was then caused back at body repair shop in the yard there, and they've caused damage to 2 of the other vehicles, and then just got together, put a claim in, alleging that the accident has occurred. So that's quite good progress for us.
With the first suspect's confession, the case is looking strong, but IFED still needs to arrest and question the third suspect.
Listen. Hello, mate. I'm Mark Fulson from City London Police, okay, Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Right.
Okay. I need to speak to you about an allegation that's been made, okay, where mate, the allegation is that you have conspired with others to defraud the insurance company, all right, namely the all right. So in relation to that, okay, I'm going to have to arrest you, okay? You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. And that's in relation, like I say, conspiracy to defraud, okay? We'll have to take you away now, okay? Is this your boss here, or are you in charge, or whatever?
I'm in charge, yeah.
Right, stick it in the cage, mate. All right, jump in. It's gone very, very smoothly. Very pleased that we've had one interview where the suspect has admitted that this is completely a fraud. And I fully expect that these 3 individuals will be charged in the very near future. So the message is, if you are committing this type of fraud and you continue to do so, then you'll probably get a visit from officers from the City of London Police.
With all the suspects tracked down and arrested, IFED has achieved its objective. The investigation is ongoing, but the confession of the first suspect means the case is looking strong. It's been another successful day for the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds a year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems, sophisticated data analysis techniques,
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
and a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed.
No, it's the police. Can you open the door, please?
Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department tracks down suspects involved with potentially fraudulent checks.
Arresting on suspicion of money laundering.
A high-performance sports car gets a roasting,
The petrol tank caught fire and the vehicle went up in flames.
and a martial arts expert gets the chop.
This individual said that he couldn't instruct martial arts anymore. Clearly, this video evidence showed the opposite, really.
A bustling city centre would seem to be the perfect place to blend in unnoticed. But for would-be insurance fraudsters, even in the busiest cities, there's nowhere to hide. In 2008, a bicycle journey home was abruptly cut short by an accident, which would have far-reaching implications for the man involved. Jeff Owen is a consultant with national law firm Greenwoods, which has a specialist anti-fraud group that worked on the case.
This claimant was riding his bicycle along the road when a taxi pulled in front of him and clipped his bike, causing him to fall off. He had suffered injuries to his neck, to his arm, to his hip and to his leg.
The driver accepted liability, and the cyclist contacted the insurer to make a claim for the injuries he'd suffered. Not unusually for a claim like this, he was given a medical examination.
Some of the symptoms that are reported to the medical experts were that he was not able to walk very far and he was unable to ride his bicycle. Now, if somebody's not able to do that, then it's indicative of quite serious injury.
And the repercussions of the accident were significant.
As a consequence of these injuries, the claimant suggested that as he was a martial arts instructor and very much into physical exercise, he wouldn't be able to run his business and that the business would quickly fail. And this alerted the insurers to the possibility that this claim might be more expensive than they had initially thought.
This was borne out when they received a claim for compensation that ran well into six figures. As time passed, the injuries didn't appear to be healing as predicted by the medical expert. This was a concern for the insurer.
The medical evidence in this case suggested that this guy should have been recovering within about 12 months of the accident, but when it was apparent that he wasn't going to do so and that he wasn't going to return to his business, it was decided to place him under surveillance.
The insurer approached undercover filming experts MC Investigations, who set up an operation to covertly film the claimant. The undercover investigator who led the project has to remain anonymous so that he could continue to work in the field. Before starting the surveillance, he studied the case fully.
The first thing we do is we read through the medical records, so we get a bit of a feel and a profile on the claimant, and then we went out to verify that he did live at the given home address, and once that was established, we then carried out a recce, a reconnaissance, so that we familiarise ourselves with the area that the claimant lives, which vehicles we're going to use, what manpower and what equipment we're going to use.
Once they'd done the groundwork, the surveillance started in earnest.
But for a man who wasn't able to walk very far, it was clear that he was able to do so, and he went on very long shopping expeditions.
But that on its own wasn't conclusive evidence, so the covert filming continued.
And eventually we got the very useful information that he was riding his bike again. And he was followed for quite a distance over a busy road, pedalling away merrily.
What they saw cast even more doubts on the impact of the claimant's alleged injuries.
He actually rode to a gymnasium where he then proceeded to carry out martial arts and instructing martial arts.
This activity directly contradicted what the claimant had told the insurer.
He said that he couldn't instruct martial arts anymore. Clearly, this video evidence showed the opposite, really.
And the investigation didn't stop there. They collected evidence from a range of sources.
The intelligence team then get to work on other angles, as a result of which they go to the social network sites of people who are connected to him, and one of these suggests very strongly that although he's not got a formal business in any gym, he is again conducting fitness classes.
The evidence against the claimant was mounting. He appeared to be exaggerating his injuries for financial gain.
The activity he was now performing was inconsistent with the level of disability that he was alleging. This claim eventually built up to £300,000, and I can say very definitely that he received nothing like that, even for the genuine injuries that he had sustained.
The compelling video footage meant that the huge claim he made was never paid out, and the money he eventually obtained was a relatively small sum to cover the actual injuries he had suffered in the accident. Sent on his bike by his insurer, this exaggerated claim will be on his record for years to come.
I've just reversed the car into a lamppost.
An inept conman is confronted with evidence of his deception.
All right, bye. Let's go make you a very rich man.
His face was a little bit of a picture, I'm told.
And all bets are off for one would-be fraudster.
The customer had been to a casino and lost over £67,000.
Police, get back!
Insurance fraud is on the rise. Hunting and punishing the criminals responsible is an elite police squad called the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED.
The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department was set up earlier this year with the sole intention of combating the rise in insurance fraud. We are a dedicated unit that works exclusively tackling that problem.
A growing number of fraudsters are prepared to lie and cheat their way to money they don't deserve. But they'd better watch their backs, because IFED is on the case.
Since our go-live date early this year, we've effected over 120 arrests in the first 6 months, and we are continuing to work up and down the country, bringing these offenders to justice. We're out to stop them in their tracks. There's every chance that an IFED detective may come knocking on their door to arrest them for committing an insurance fraud.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department of the City of London Police is on the trail of 4 suspects that it wants to arrest as part of an investigation into an alleged insurance fraud and money laundering scam. The initial information about the case came from an insurance company, which suggested that an employee was acting fraudulently.
As a claims advisor has been accessing claims, adding third-party vehicles to those claims that are totally spurious, don't exist, and then having cheques issued to other people.
The employee, who's believed to have played a key role in the fraud, has already been arrested. IFED is now looking to arrest and question those who allegedly received the fraudulent payouts and then paid a cut back to the initial suspect.
And one of those people we're going to see now is one of those people that received a cheque, I think, for just over £3,000. So in total, the insurance company have lost over £70,000 in total. I think 11 cheques have been issued, which are totally fraudulent and should never have happened. And the insider has obviously then taken a cut of those cheques. Well, we are specifically looking for banking documentation, bank statements, bank account details.
With 4 arrests to make, there's no time to waste as they follow up a lead for the whereabouts of the first suspect.
Mind if we come in and have a word with you?
They arrive at the first address and make contact with the mother of the first suspect.
Your son, where is he? Will you allow me in to have a look?
She tells IFED that her son is not at home, but the team searches the house to make sure.
You keep telling us to wait, but we need to speak to your son. Where is he?
The mother insists that she doesn't know where her son is.
I know you're not well, but I need to speak to him. Where is he?
She doesn't give them anything to go on, and it's a frustrating result for the IFED team.
She was unable to give me a contact number for him. How you can't know where one of your sons is, I find quite hard to believe.
So it's on to the next address to search for suspect number 2.
Lights, the police. Can you open the door, please?
Once the door is eventually opened, they ask whether they can speak to the suspect.
That's me.
It's just the break they need, and they enter the house to question him further.
Right, we're from the Insurance Fraud Unit. and it's believed that you received a cheque to the value of £6,550, which was paid into your bank account. Okay? So in respect to that, I'm arresting you on suspicion of money laundering. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later rely in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
It just doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
We've been giving him money.
No. We don't know where it's gone.
With fraud detection becoming ever more sophisticated, this next claimant certainly took a gamble when he tried to collect a payout he didn't deserve. Paul Hubbard is the head of counter-fraud for the insurance company involved.
We received a claim, as we often do, from a customer saying that unfortunately he'd been broken into, and as a result of the break-in, he'd lost certain items.
At first glance, it seemed like a routine household insurance claim. But then the policyholder got back in touch to add on several high-value items to the claim.
4 days afterwards, he was now claiming for 2 laptops. If you'd normally notice something like that was missing from the word go. So as a result of this, the claim was now £29,000.
The sudden large increase in the sum being claimed meant that the insurance company decided to investigate further. They discovered that there was no proof of purchase for many of the items.
So as a result of that, we then instructed a specialist investigator to go and find out more about what had actually occurred here. They contacted the police, and we started to find there were discrepancies between the story that he had told us when he notified us of the claim and the story that he'd given the police when he alerted them to the fact that there'd been a burglary to get a crime reference number.
The inconsistencies were starting to mount up, and the investigators continued to look into the claim. What they uncovered next shed completely new light on the case.
Our investigator found out that in this case the customer had been to a casino prior to the burglary taking place. This person had lost over £67,000. They start to give you a bit of a motive for what he might be doing.
More evidence surfaced that put a question mark over the claimant's story.
We also found that the receipts that he had provided for the 2 laptops were fake, that these laptops had never been purchased. That's good.
It was all the evidence the insurer needed.
So we presented this customer with the evidence that we'd found. So we'd found the fake receipts, we'd found out about his debt to the casino that had occurred before the burglary took place, and we declined his claim on the basis that we felt he was trying to commit fraud.
The case didn't proceed to court, but having the claim rejected on the basis of fraud has major repercussions for the policyholder.
It will have serious ramifications on their life because they'll find it very difficult now to get insurance, they'll find it very difficult to get financial products, and it's something that they have to tell people when they're taking out insurance.
The would-be conman trying to compensate for his casino losses failed to come up with a watertight story. But he looks like a mastermind compared to another insurance cheat that Paul and his team also investigated.
I like to be all legal. I just thought I'd ring the insurance company and just let them know what's happened.
Mr. Machin called us to explain that he'd had an accident where he put his car into reverse, thinking he was going forward, and then just accidentally reversed straight back into a lamppost at high speed, he said.
I've just reversed the car into a lamppost. It's just nearly written it off. Was there any injuries to anyone?
He had his girlfriend and his girlfriend's son in the car with him, and he explained to us that they were both injured as a result of him reversing into this lamppost.
Well, everybody's got neck pain now. Even I've got it.
The policyholder didn't have the sort of insurance cover that would allow him to claim for the damage to his car.
He was effectively claiming the injuries to his partner and his partner's son, who he said were both injured. He didn't go into any detail at that point as to how they were injured, how badly, but he did say that the son was going to hospital.
The insurer immediately sensed that John Machin's story didn't quite ring true.
Some of the things about the accident didn't add up to our experienced claims handlers, such as the fact that he said he reversed at speed into a lamppost. He was also very, very vague about the circumstances of a motoring conviction that he had as well. So all of those things put our experienced claims handler on alert that perhaps things weren't as Mr. Machin was telling us.
The claims handler followed the procedure for dealing with a suspicious claim.
Started to ask a number of questions of Mr. Machin just to extract more information from him. All we're looking for effectively is for people to tell us the truth. As a result of those questions, we were again increasingly concerned that the information wasn't accurate.
Alarm bells were ringing by this stage, but there was no actual proof of fraud. However, at the end of the call, John Machin made a critical error when he failed to hang up properly and gifted the insurer all the evidence they needed.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for calling today. Thank you. Then. Goodbye. All right, bye. Bye. I can make you a very rich man. If this is it, and if it all comes off this, I know it's going to take time, but when it comes to that time, right, this will make you a very, very rich man.
When we heard that phone call for the first time, we were really surprised, horrified to a degree that somebody would be so blatant about the fraud that they're trying to commit and feel so good that they were taking money from effectively innocent customers who have to pay more premium.
The insurer passed its evidence to the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department of the City of London Police. At the time, the team had just been formed to fight the mounting problem of insurance fraud, and this was one of the first cases they investigated. They moved in to arrest John Machin and take him for questioning.
When brought back to the police station and the various procedures are entered into, he was subject of a taped interview. Questions were put by the investigating team, which he flatly denied, so we said, "Thank you, Mr. Machin. Would you be prepared to listen to this short recording?" And we pressed the play button and played the recording that the insurers had provided us with. His face was a little bit of a picture, I'm told.
This is it, and if it all comes off this, I know it's going to take time, but when it comes to that time, right, this will make you a very, very rich man. I won't have to go to work no more. Oh, yes.
The case then proceeded to court and he was found guilty.
In this case, Mr. Machin was convicted in court of insurance fraud. He received 200 hours community service and a 4-month suspended prison sentence.
It was the result the insurer wanted and helped to send out a message to any other would-be fraudsters.
I think people like Mr. Machin see insurance companies as a giant pot of money that they can just dip into whenever they feel like.
But that's far from being the case, especially now that IFED is actively pursuing those criminals who try and commit insurance fraud.
The first conviction of any new unit is always a milestone, so this was a particularly pleasing one, and it was also an added bonus that it was a slightly amusing set of circumstances around that first one, so it's one we'll always remember.
These days, all aspects of technology are used to combat insurance fraud, even social media. In the summer of 2009, an insurance company was contacted by a policyholder who'd had an unusual accident. Sarah Hill is the fraud partner at a firm of solicitors who worked on the case.
The vehicle owner claimed that he had attended a fun day. It was a Ferrari fun day where there was lots of events going on, but one of those events was that Ferrari owners could take their vehicle, be involved in actually taking members of the public around the track for a small fee.
This fee was then donated to charity. The policyholder had spent the day giving rides in his Ferrari to raise money for good causes. But what started with such good intentions ended in disaster as the day drew to a close.
The owner had suggested that he was on his way out of that fun day when he'd lost control of the vehicle because of a greasy surface, and the vehicle had spun and hit a tree. The petrol tank caught fire and the vehicle went up in flames.
Luckily, the occupants of the car managed to scramble to safety.
With a significant vehicle fire, the vehicle was declared a total loss, and the claim that had been presented was for the value of the vehicle at around £50,000.
Such large claims are subject to investigation by insurance companies as a matter of course, and they looked in detail at the story. The owner had said that the accident occurred close to the entrance to the venue.
But actually, when investigators have gone to look at the accident circumstances, the physical evidence didn't support the accident occurring close to the main gate.
The traces of fire damage that were still present on site indicated that the accident had actually occurred away from the exit. With their suspicions aroused, the investigators took the unusual step of exploring social media for further evidence of what had happened.
As you can imagine, it was quite a high-profile day, a fundraising event. It's quite unusual to have a Ferrari spin off the track and hit a tree and catch fire. So there was some, on local chat rooms, on social media, conversations taking place between members of the public that had actually attended the day.
But it was a video of the accident recorded by a member of the public and posted to a popular internet site that particularly caught their eye.
The YouTube footage helped us place the accident location. It was completely different to what the owner had actually alleged.
But the footage on its own wasn't enough, so the investigators collected witness statements. What they discovered from people who were there on the day sent the owner's story up in flames.
Their evidence indicated that it wasn't the owner of the Ferrari vehicle that had been driving the Ferrari at the time of the accident, and in fact it was his friend who was uninsured.
This was totally unexpected. Not only was the owner being untruthful about the location of the crash, he wasn't even driving at the time. This was to have massive consequences.
In order to make a claim for the value of the vehicle under his policy of insurance, the Ferrari owner had to have been driving the Ferrari vehicle at the time of the accident.
But since he wasn't, he'd be out of pocket to the tune of £50,000, the cost of the car. This huge potential loss was what motivated him to lie to his insurer and submit a claim in which he falsely stated that he was driving at the time of the accident.
He was not entitled to claim and clearly put forward a fraudulent claim in alleging he was driving the vehicle.
The case was passed to the authorities and proceeded to court.
Initially, the Ferrari owner pleaded not guilty, which was very surprising to me in light of the extent of the overwhelming evidence. Later on, he did actually plead guilty to the offence. He received 200 hours unpaid work and a fine for his crime.
6 months on from its formation, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department, IFED, is continuing to investigate suspected fraudsters.
Can we come in and have a look?
Today, they're on the trail of 4 suspects linked to a case of alleged money laundering. They drew a blank at the first address, but the second suspect was home and has just been arrested.
I'm arresting you on suspicion of money laundering.
As they move upstairs to start searching for evidence, the suspect seems to be in shock.
Tell why you've been arrested.
It's in relation to a cheque for over £6,500 that's gone into your bank account. It's quite a lot of money, hence the arrest and suspicion of money laundering.
Okay.
All right? Okay.
It's vital that the IFED team collects enough evidence to make the case stand up, and they gather together a range of potentially relevant documentation.
Cash passports, currency card.
Suddenly, a breakthrough comes from the suspect.
He's just made a significant statement which we're taking note of, which he'll sign. He's admitted to his mother and to us that he has taken that cheque, accepted that cheque. He was approached apparently by a man on the street.
Do you want my P&B?
The suspect is then taken to a local police station for further questioning, and the IFED team talks things through with his mother.
We don't want to keep him in unnecessarily, so...
No,
all right.
it just doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
You know...
Why he would do it?
Not only that. If he did, where's the money gone? Because he's at university, we've been giving him money.
I know. We don't know where it's gone. So we'll find out when we interview, and I'm sure you'll manage to get the information out of him when he comes home. The mother was distressed in the respect that obviously her son's just been arrested, and on speaking to Mum, she's brought her 3 children up to tell the truth and be honest, and I think she was more upset by the fact that he hasn't been honest and has admitted that more or less to her.
There are still arrests to be made, and IFED hits the road. Their destination is the family home of the 3rd suspect. The door is answered by his mother.
Hello. Hello. Hiya, I'm DC Sibley from the City of London Police. It's in relation to a matter we're investigating in relation to insurance fraud.
And again, they draw a blank as they're told he's away.
OK. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks very much.
She's informed me that he's at university, which is typical. Another one bites the dust. On to the next one.
The arrest of the 4th and final suspect at his family home is going to prove tricky.
The last address we're going to, there are 2 people there with the same name.
Again, the 4th suspect is alleged to have received a large cheque that was paid into his bank account.
Good afternoon, City of London Police. This is my colleague, DCIsman.
The door is opened by one of the residents, but IFED still needs to positively identify the suspect.
It's in relation to a cheque for £12,000 to this address.
The man who opens the door can't seem to shed any light on the cheque, but Kate isn't prepared to leave it there.
Can we come in and try and get to the bottom of this?
The man explains that he's alone in the house. Kate talks to him about his other relatives, and it seems likely that the younger brother is the one that the police need to talk to.
Yeah, that fits the profile of the other people that we've been arresting today. So
They call up the brother in question while he's still at work, and he asks if they can wait for him to finish.
No, doesn't work like that, sorry.
IFED speaks to the family member further, and it turns out that in addition to the two relatives with the same name living at the address, there's a further relative who shares the name as well.
No one's admitting to it, which is not really a great surprise because it's a £12,000 cheque that's gone through the account.
It's vital that a positive identification can be made so that the correct person is arrested. With so many people linked to one address with the same name and of a similar age, it's tricky to identify who is who. Kate makes a decision and speaks to the younger brother herself.
We're City of London Police. We're up from London. We're going to get all the full identification of all of you, and we'll ascertain what account this cheque was paid into. Because if it is you, then we will come knocking, all right? He was helpful on the phone. He's given me his mobile number and all his full details, so we have all those now.
Before they can make the arrest, they need to investigate the bank account that the money was paid into, so they can match it to the correct suspect.
I think a bad judgment call to arrest all of them, because we don't know which one it relates to.
But there was good news for the case in the weeks to come. The information that they collected on the day allowed IFED to make 3 further arrests. The investigation is ongoing, and the team are hopeful they'll be able to get a positive result. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds a year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The equipment that we have to use has to be cutting edge. It's as simple as that.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques.
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act and claimed and shamed. Today, a £750,000 claim comes under suspicion.
It was very pertinent to the case that we showed exactly how much he was able to do on a day-to-day basis.
A specialist police fraud unit executes an early morning raid on a suspect.
I'm going to be questioning you about a no claims discount, okay?
And a stubborn fraudster sticks to his story.
In the face of such overwhelming evidence, he wanted to try to find an excuse why he should still be paid.
This is Joanne Kirk from Preston. In September 2001, she was injured in a car crash. The shunt left her with neck and shoulder pain, but her injuries seemed relatively minor.
Well, this was an accident where Mrs. Kirk was stationary at a roundabout and our customer hit her from behind. So this was a genuine accident. We had no doubt that the accident occurred. We also had no doubt that Mrs. Kirk received injuries as a result of the accident.
1 year after the crash, Mrs. Kirk's condition deteriorated. Complaining of extreme muscle spasms, chronic pain and exhaustion, she decided to quit her job as a university administrator. As well as making a claim for disability living allowance, she began legal proceedings against the insurer of the driver who had crashed into her. The claim was handed to the insurer.
Mrs. Kirk's claim came to us about 2 years after the initial accident had happened. She was claiming for £750,000.
To the experienced claims handlers at RBS, Joanne Kirk's physical deterioration didn't fit the usual pattern.
We understand the types of injuries that are likely to come from accidents, and we also understand how people normally recover from those accidents. So where we find someone whose injuries are inconsistent with the type of accident that's occurred, then we have to investigate in more detail, and that's what happened in Mrs. Kirk's case.
To get the full picture, the insurer needed to see how Mrs. Kirk was going about her daily activities. If you want to spy on someone, this team of undercover investigators will get the job done, using their highly trained operatives.
The operatives themselves have to have kind of huge amount of concentration, and ultimately what we're seeking to do is maximise the footage that we get.
And today I'm one of 2 operatives tasked with observation and surveillance, and of Joanne Kirk.
With the Kirk case, we were presented with an individual who was claiming physical disability. It was very pertinent to the case that we showed exactly how much she was able to do on a day-to-day basis. So for us, it was about maximising the surveillance footage and showing her in every scenario that we found her in.
Joanne Kirk had submitted a £750,000 claim. In that claim, she stated that she needed crutches when going outside, that she was unable to carry out the simplest of tasks without help, that she was unable to hold a pen, that she was unable to sit or stand comfortably, and that she could only walk a maximum of 5 metres without stopping. In the spring of 2005, the surveillance company set about filming Mrs. Kirk. In order to get a fair picture of her everyday life, the surveillance ops filmed her on several occasions, spread over a period of 18 months. What they saw in the footage shocked the insurer.
Claimant can be seen now.
What we see when you start to look at the surveillance picture is somebody that is going about their normal daily tasks. They're going for walks, they're going to cash points, they're going into shops, they're carrying bags, they're carrying out their normal daily life.
One of the surveillance tapes shows Joanne Kirk on a 90-minute shopping trip.
When we were filming her, she didn't exhibit any form of disability whatsoever. It was central to the case itself in showing the courts that there was a deliberate fraud involved or a level of exaggeration that went way beyond just trying to elevate your claim.
Mrs. Kirk claimed that she could only walk a maximum of 5 metres before needing to stop, and that she used crutches when going out. After watching the footage, that was something that the insurer found hard to believe.
So when the final claim was submitted by Mrs. Kirk's lawyers, we presented them with the evidence that we'd gathered over 2 years of all the things that she said that she couldn't do, but actually our evidence demonstrated that she could. So immediately they dropped the claim for £750,000 and accepted £25,000.
We were dealing with a lady who had clearly exaggerated her injuries in order to gain an increased payout through an insurance claim, but was clearly taking the mickey from the courts, abusing the legal system and the process that sits behind it.
When faced with the evidence, Joanne Kirk settled for a hugely reduced payout of £25,000. That wasn't the end of it for her. She had attempted to fraudulently claim over £750,000.
We didn't think it was right that she should be able to walk away from a claim like that, from that kind of lie, without some kind of consequences.
In an unprecedented move, the insurer hit back at Joanne Kirk and pursued the matter in court.
We undertook what was a landmark proceeding at the time to bring a case against her for contempt. Now that was something that no insurance company had done before.
In May 2009, Joanne Kirk was found in contempt of court, ordered to pay her own legal bill of £125,000, a £2,500 fine for contempt, and half of the defendant's legal costs.
It took a lot of time, it took a lot of effort, and we had to be quite brave in what we were trying to do. But when we finally got to conviction, we were really pleased that we were actually sending a message. We've blazed a trail on behalf of insurers and set a precedent that people can't make claims that are totally fabricated or exaggerated and walk away from their lives without any consequences.
An insurer spots a suspicious pattern of claims.
Always in a remote road. Police were never called to the scene of the accident.
And a carpet fitter fits up his insurance company.
He had told us that his foot was far too painful for him to work.
In the fight against the growing problem of insurance fraud, an elite police squad have come together to form IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. £50 of each premium you pay each year goes to the fraudsters. We have been set up to tackle that problem.
This dedicated team works tirelessly to bang up the crooks and con men getting rich off other people's money.
Police, get back!
It is our intention to create a climate of fear for the fraudster. There's every chance that an IFED detective may come knocking on their door to arrest them for committing an insurance fraud.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
By April 2012, after only 6 months of operating, they had already busted 80 fraudsters, adding up to £12 million of fraud under investigation.
These people are criminals. These are nasty people. They don't go out to work on a Monday morning like most people do. Their work is submitting insurance fraud claims.
IFED doesn't just deal with large fraud gangs running crash-for-cash rings. It tackles insurance fraud of any type and scale. Today, it's raiding the property of a man suspected of lying on his motor insurance form.
He has submitted a forged no-claims discount letter in order to show that he's a lower risk and to get a lower premium. The actual gain in this case isn't that great. It's somewhere between £500 and £1,000, which is the discount he was able to get from lying about his no-claims history. We deal with criminals all the way from the most organised down to the very low-level fraudsters, and the person I'm going to arrest today does fit into the very low-level opportunist category. By tackling cases all across the spectrum, we can make it clear to people that insurance fraud is unacceptable.
The small four-man unit from IFED prepare to enter the suspect's property.
I'm here from the City of London Police. We need to get access to the building. Would you mind buzzing us in? Thank you.
The IFED team can hear some activity behind the door, but no one is answering.
Good morning, can you open the door please? It's the police.
City London Police?
Hi.
Is here, please?
Yeah.
Is that the bathroom or the bedroom?
No, bedroom.
OK. Mr.
Yeah.
Alex Cooley, City London Police. I'm arresting you for fraud by false representation in relation to a forged no-claims discount document. The reason it's necessary for me to arrest you is to look for any documentation relating to the alleged fraud.
Let me change my clothes.
I'll let you get changed, yeah. Now, where are you planning to get changed? In the bathroom?
Washing my teeth.
OK, well, look, you need to get changed
The officer had left to go
under the supervision of my colleague, OK? We need to search the suspect's bedroom and any other common areas that he might be keeping documentation in relation to the insurance fraud. And when we've completed the search, we'll be taking the suspect back to Bishopsgate Police Station. But no, just to explain what it's about. OK, but I'm interested. OK.
IFED search is being delayed by the suspect.
I'm going to be questioning you about a no claims discount, OK? So I'm going to have to quickly search your pockets, OK?
I don't know why if I'm paying every month, I don't know why they do it.
I'm looking for any documentation relating directly to the claim we're investigating. So anything relating to that insurance company and the other insurance company which was used for the forged no claims discount. Is it? That's yours? Okay. The stuff that will be left behind is just being left on the floor here.
It's essential the team finds the documents linked to the claim. TI Alex Cooley needs to get the suspect to start cooperating.
That's your bank statement, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the amount I'm paying every.
Okay, well, that's fine. You can bring that with you. Okay?
TI Cooley must find the documentation he needs to build his case.
Okay, well, I'm looking for a bank statement on around the 2nd of February.
2nd of February.
So that's May to June.
You said 2009.
So 2nd of February 2012.
12.
I just found the documentation in the first drawer.
What's this? Oh, yeah, I think they open.
Okay.
You're changing the kind of.
Oh, yeah.
2nd of February 2012.
February, so that's a little bit. So if we go back a little bit early, no.
Right, I've got this statement here.
Yeah.
Could that be the one from the 2nd of February?
That's in the letter because I don't have the money there.
Okay, we'll have to keep looking for it.
Yeah, no problem.
The suspect took out a motor insurance policy. He declared that he had a 5 years no claims discount.
Personal injury insurance exists to help us when, due to an accident, we are unable to work or need money for extra care. And like motor insurance, it's being abused by dishonest claimants. The number of personal injury claims received by insurers leapt 72% between 2002 and 2010, a figure that's set to rise. July 2008. 3 months ago, this man broke his foot whilst at work.
The gentleman had injured his foot, he'd broken some bones in it, and was unable to work. So under the terms of the policy, we were able to pay him for his inability to work.
He worked as a carpet fitter, but being self-employed hadn't earned a penny since sustaining the injury. Despite his lack of income, the carpet fitter was safe financially. He had personal injury cover, and having supplied adequate medical notes, his insurer had paid out.
As a result of his injuries, he was unable to carry out his full duties of laying a carpet. He couldn't drive, and he wasn't able to, the pain was too much for him to work. So that was under the terms of the policy. We would pay him until he was able to return to work. We were making benefit payments to the claimant for a period of several months. He broke his foot in, I think, the April, and so for some 3 months after that was receiving regular payments from us as part of his insurance cover. The claim in total was a region of £2,300.
3 months after the accident, his insurer attempted to contact him for an update on his condition.
We found it very difficult to get hold of him after some months after the injury. He wasn't answering his telephone. We weren't able to get updates on his medical condition or to find out if the plaster had been removed and if he was able to return to work some 3 months after the initial injury to his foot.
3 days after failing to get hold of the carpet fitter, the insurer was handed some intriguing information in the form of a tip-off from a member of the public.
We have a wide network of people with whom we work in the insurance industry, and that can be repairers, engineers, loss adjusters, and even members of the public. And all of those are often willing to let us know where they feel that the circumstances of an insurance claim are suspicious.
The informant called the insurer stating that the carpet fitter had been seen working. Potentially, the insurer was looking at a fraudulent claim, so they reacted with one of their most effective tools.
The next step for us, having received the tip-off, was to send out some surveillance. We sometimes do this in cases where we need to gather evidence to back up our suspicions that all is not as it should be.
And when they received the report back from the surveillance team,
we were shocked.
Okie dokes. Thanks for that. Lovely.
This is what they saw.
The surveillance team found that the carpet layer was not only working, he was driving his vehicle, he wasn't in plaster, and we had footage of him carrying heavy carpet rolls and fitting the carpet in somebody's house. When we had eventually managed to get hold of him, he had told us that his foot was far too painful for him to work, that he was suffering particular pains in the evening, which perhaps not surprising after the amount of work he'd been doing, carrying carpets all day.
Confronted with such hard evidence, most people would back down and retract their fraudulent claim. Not the carpet fitter. The carpet fitter claimed that the footage was obtained on a day when he was testing his foot. But the suspect was filmed working for over 6 hours. This was, in the eyes of the insurer, more than enough time to test his foot.
I was surprised that he wanted to, in the face of such overwhelming evidence, try to find an excuse why he should still be paid.
In court, his excuses proved futile. The carpet fitter was ordered to pay back the £1,672 in payouts he had received, and was landed with the bill for the insurer's investigation and legal costs. With the added interest, he was looking at a bill totalling almost £9,000.
I'm happy that we have the money back and that it's meant that we haven't paid out for a fraudulent claim. I would like to see deterrent measures. I'd like to see a very strong message sent out. People who make exaggerated claims, I think, should consider that the impact it has on the millions of law-abiding and honest policyholders who all have to pay for it. This is not a victimless crime. These people are not taking money out of the system or some faceless insurance company. It's all going back to the innocent people who have to pay their premiums.
It's 2005. A fraud ringleader is gathering foot soldiers to take part in an audacious plot against an insurer. If successful, he could be masterminding one of the biggest crash-for-cash scams ever. Standing in his way is an insurance industry determined to stamp out the increasing number of these bogus crashes. Later that year, a large insurer became suspicious after receiving a number of claims that seemed to be linked.
We started to see an unusual amount of claims all coming out of the same depot of this big telecommunications company, and within a very short space of time, and they were all seemed to be of very similar nature. The cars were always full of people, always in a remote road. Police were never called to the scene of the accident.
Feeling sure that the claims were all linked, the insurer called on the help of the telecommunications company being targeted.
The telecommunications company were able to release some of the employment records, which then gave us some more links between the individuals involved.
All of the alleged smashes involved individuals who worked as sales reps for the company.
January 2005, June to 2005, a lot of them joined, a lot of them left, and that's when we sort of spiked.
The connections continued to mount.
And then we also found out from employment records that a lot of these guys worked together previously.
By this point, the insurer was convinced that the sales reps had been using their company cars in staged crashes in order to make money from their company's policies. But this was a big operation. There had to be a ringleader. The insurer still didn't know who that was.
At the time, this was the biggest conspiracy fraud involving fake car crashes against one insurance company. It totaled 49 claims. The value of the fraud, if successful, would have been in excess of 1.3 million.
In the hunt for the ringleader, the insurer turned its attention to the details of the crash victims.
In terms of the injury claims, they were all whiplash. Very difficult to diagnose, very difficult to disprove.
Furthermore, the insurer found that, just like the sales reps, there was an uncanny coincidence with the victims too.
The people in the other cars were all friends and family.
Suspecting that the smash victims were part of the scam too, the insurer took its research to the police. The police questioned all the people involved in the crashes. One name cropped up time and time again. That of the man at the centre of the scam. Fraud ringleader Darren Duval, a 38-year-old butcher.
How he recruited him was interesting. He would sit in McDonald's, watch the same team of sales reps come in for their team breakfast. He then approached them. He approached the team leader, which he recruited first, and said, if you can give me your details, I'll give you £1,000, easy money. So in total, you're talking maybe £40,000, £50,000 going between the whole group of foot soldiers.
Had his plan succeeded, from his humble fast food cafe headquarters, his scheme could have cost the insurer a massive £1.5 million.
I do believe the ringleader at the time thought he was going to get away with this. He was very confident. The way he recruited his foot soldiers, the way he went about this, the way he planned this, executed it, very well organised, and I do believe he thought he was going to get away with it.
This massive organised crime had been busted. 25 defendants were charged with conspiracy to defraud. It took 5 days for the court to process them. 8 individuals received custodial sentences, the longest 3 years, being handed to the ringleader, Darren Duval.
In terms of how I felt and how Allianz felt, it was a very satisfying outcome. It sent out a message that actually insurance fraud, you're going to get caught.
I'm arresting you for fraud by false representation.
Today, IFED is raiding the property of a man suspected of lying on an insurance application. One piece of evidence T.I. Cooley is keen to get hold of is a bank statement.
Okay, we'll have to keep looking for it.
Yeah, no problem.
It's not the bank statement, but T.I. Cooley thinks he may have come across some potentially incriminating evidence. Paperwork directly relating to the suspect's insurance application.
Okay, well,
come on, I'll send it to them.
Okay, that's fine.
That's a letter for them.
Okay, if you want to place that on the bed, I'm just going to look. This might be relevant because it refers to the vehicle registration number that I'm interested in. If we can seize this pile of documentation and those phones and the wallet, we'll keep the wallet out separately. Okay, where are your shoes? I've seized a lot of miscellaneous documentation. I think, did we ever get that bank statement from the 2nd of February?
Yeah, we just found it.
No, I looked back. It went back to March.
Okay, well, if it needs to be, we can get that information from the bank.
Okay, yeah.
So on that basis, I think we've got everything we need. I'm just gonna, if you put your arms over to that side, please. If you both arms over there. I arrested him for fraud by false representation in relation to a forged no claims discount document. In his bedroom wardrobe, he'd very helpfully kept a file of exactly what he'd sent to the insurance company, and there in a little plastic folder was the forged no claims document. The suspect took out the motor insurance policy, and when taking out the policy he declared that he had a 5 years no claims discount. The suspect sent them a document purporting to be the no claims discount, and that document has been proved to be a forgery.
You understand why you're here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't look too shocked though. I think he knew potentially what was coming.
Okay, we'll authorise your detention so the officers can interview you regarding the allegation. Make any...
We're trying to crack down at the moment on a whole load of forged documents which are circulating around the country.
Step up there, Forge, mate. You do your fingerprints now, okay?
We are now picking up a whole number of suspects, trying to build together a picture of what's going on.
With the evidence gathered at the flat and the suspect cooperating, the IFED team is happy with the outcome of the raid. The suspect is on bail until December, and the investigation continues. Insurance fraud in the UK is reaching epidemic levels, and it's costing us billions of pounds a year. Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injury claims, even fake deaths. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing. And every year, it's adding up to £50 to your insurance bill. Insurers are fighting back, armed with covert surveillance systems.
The CCTV cameras are the best tool we've got in our fight against fraud.
Sophisticated data analysis techniques.
This is connected to a bank account and a second mobile phone number.
And a newly formed dedicated police unit.
Police, get back!
They're catching the criminals red-handed. All those con men, scammers, cheats on the fiddle, now they're caught in the act, and claimed and shamed. Today, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department is raiding 2 houses in a hunt for suspects.
Police! Police!
A suspicious incident on a roundabout illustrates that the roads are far from safe.
Now, we believe that was an induced crash and the 2 other cars were acting in collusion with each other.
And one claimer appears to have made a surprising recovery, if these pictures are anything to go by. Insurers are increasingly using surveillance to combat insurance fraud, which makes even the most meticulous of deceptions unlikely to succeed, as this next case shows. A serious motorway collision resulted in a victim's vehicle being forced against a central reservation. Due to the extent of his injuries, the victim subsequently submitted a claim for compensation. Jeff Owen is a consultant with national law firm Greenwoods, which has a specialist anti-fraud group that worked on the case.
He had sustained injuries to his neck, his shoulder and his arms, as a result of which he had loss of sensation in both of his arms. And this meant, he said, that he couldn't drive because, as well as the physical injury, he also had a psychological aversion to travel.
The claimant said that all these factors meant he was unable to return to his job.
When you have a claim which involves an inability to work or to travel, it begins to escalate. And this claim reached the heady numbers of £500,000. Obviously that's a claim which the insurers take very seriously indeed.
As part of the claims process, he went for medical examinations to assess the extent of his injuries and the length of recovery.
Early on, the doctors were suggesting that he should be able to return to work within about 2 years. He also went for psychiatric assessment, and the doctor there thought that from a psychiatric point of view, he was probably fit to return to work after about 6 months. So it was very surprising when he hadn't returned to work quite quickly after the accident.
The growing claim and the fact that he hadn't returned to his job led them to investigate further.
There were suspicions raised at an early stage that the type of claim which was arising was out of proportion to the injury that had been sustained.
This gave the insurer serious misgivings, so they decided to put the claimant under surveillance and brought in a team of specialist investigators. The man who led the project has to remain anonymous so that he could continue to work in the field. The first challenge was to track down the claimant.
We were given 3 different addresses. He moved around quite a bit. He was quite evasive initially, and he lived in high-rise blocks of flats. So that is straight away a difficulty because you have to ID the claimant first.
But they were eventually able to pinpoint where he lived and started surveillance on the main door to the block of flats, the only way in or out, or so they thought.
We had placed him under a fair few periods of surveillance, but he didn't come out at any time, which we thought was rather strange.
The surveillance continued, and eventually they made a breakthrough.
It transpired that the claimant was first sighted when he came out of a back ground floor lounge door, which led out onto an enclosed patio, and then he scaled a 4.5-foot wrought iron railing fence. That was his mode of access every time he left the property and went back into the property. I mean, you try and take a fairly impartial view when you get on plot, but when somebody jumps over a railing, comes out of it was a very unusual thing to do.
Not only was he displaying athletic abilities that were inconsistent with the level of injury he was claiming for, but his behaviour also implied that he suspected he was being observed. The undercover filming continued, and more revelations were to come.
He suggested that he couldn't drive, and we filmed him driving. He said he had difficulty getting in and out of vehicles, but the film that we obtained of him clearly showed that he didn't have difficulties getting in and out of vehicles.
As the video footage carries on, he not only continues to drive long distances, but he starts to go shopping, and one day returns home with a huge weight of bottles of water. For a man who wasn't supposed to be able to use his arms, particularly to carry weights of any degree, that was quite surprising.
The video evidence was shot over a significant period of time and appeared to directly contradict the level of injury being claimed.
As non-medical experts, he didn't appear to be in any particular pain or discomfort. He wasn't grimacing, he didn't have to stop.
Eventually, the case went to court, and the claimant argued for a substantial payout. But the insurer's video evidence questioned his version of events.
He represented himself, didn't do very well. He eventually received £9,500, which was for the genuine injury that he had sustained, but the rest of his claim was disallowed by the judge.
That meant that he received only a tiny proportion of the huge amount that he originally demanded.
It's difficult to know why claimants do this sort of thing. It can really only be driven by greed. There's a feeling that there's a cash cow out there that they want to tap into. What they have to realise is that increasingly insurers are becoming aware of this sort of activity and are doing their very best to stop it.
An insurer sniffs out a snide claim for a supposedly lost Rolex.
If the claim was genuine, we would be able to pay her for the loss that had actually occurred.
And a van driver is apparently targeted by a suspected crash gang.
I think pretty clearly soon afterwards, I think he knew that there'd been a problem.
In the fight against the growing problem of insurance fraud, an elite police squad have come together to form IFED, the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department.
Insurance fraud isn't a victimless crime. £50 of each premium you pay each year goes to the fraudsters. We have been set up to tackle that problem.
This dedicated team works tirelessly to bang up the crooks and con men getting rich off other people's money.
Police, get back!
It is our intention to create a climate of fear for the fraudster. There's every chance that an IFED detective may come knocking on their door to arrest them for committing an insurance fraud.
Police, don't move, stay where you are!
By April 2012, after only 6 months of operating, they had already busted 80 fraudsters, adding up to £12 million of fraud under investigation.
These people are criminals. These are nasty people. They don't go out to work on a Monday morning like most people do. Their work is submitting insurance fraud claims.
The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department is investigating an alleged large-scale car insurance fraud involving multiple suspects and several locations. DS Mark Forster is leading the investigation, and he's travelling with his team to make a raid on the first address.
We are going to execute search warrants and hopefully make 5 arrests in relation to the fraudulent setting up of motor trade policies. And they're doing it purely so that they can get access to the motor insurance database. To therefore sell on insurance, basically. So what they're doing is they're targeting young drivers in London, charging them £300, £400, £500 each for them to then have their vehicles put on the motor insurance database, which shows them as basically being insured when in fact they're not.
The team arrive at the property. They're hoping to find 4 suspects, so the size of the operation means they've called in extensive backup.
Right.
Please open up!
See what he's got.
Lovely. Hello there, you are.
The door is opened by one of the residents and they're in.
Police! Where are they?
Police officers!
Please! Please!
Just stay there for me, please. Do you want to get some clothes on now and get up, please? Just come downstairs.
In a moment, we've got you on. We'll put everyone downstairs in the lounge, explain what's going on.
Meanwhile, in a nearby neighbourhood, TI Alex Cooley is about to lead the raid on the second property.
Just moving into position now. with a couple of people on the back door, and I'm going to be going in the front door along with the support group with these guys in uniform.
Come down, mate.
Come down, please. Police.
Come down now,
please.
Hang on again. Now, get down to the door or it's going in, mate.
Open up the door, it's going to be open.
It's taking too long.
I can do it. It's all right. Oh.
At the last minute, the man complies and opens the door.
Morning, City Land Police. You've got Section 8 warrant for seizure premises.
They enter the house and go through the rooms.
Yes, hi, we're from the City London Police. We've got a warrant from the magistrates to search for any documentation relating to insurance fraud. We're interested in motor insurance fraud, yeah. So that's why we're here, and we will aim to do things as quick as possible.
Back at the first property, Mark has arranged for the suspects to be gathered in the lounge.
I'm arresting you, okay, on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud, okay, and also on suspicion of money laundering, okay? I'll caution you, you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
In the city? I know we'll interview you.
Nothing inside your waistband.
In all, 4 suspects are formally arrested, searched and handcuffed.
Just relax and...
They are then taken from the house for further questioning at a local police station. IFED suspects that they're involved in fraudulently adding uninsured cars to the motor insurers database. But they'll only be able to back that up if they find evidence from a thorough search of the house.
You do get the impression that they don't cover their tracks as well as other fraudsters might do.
One of the most prevalent and dangerous forms of car insurance fraud is the induced collision. This is where gang members drive 2 cars in such a way as to cause an innocent driver to smash into the back of them, giving the impression that they're to blame for the accident and therefore liable to pay out on their insurance. It's known as crash for cash, and it works like this. First, the gang choose a victim. Then they move their 2 cars into position in front of the target. Gang car number 1 then slams on its brakes. Gang car 2 reacts by braking hard, resulting in a rear-end shunt from the victim. Gang car 1 then turns off at the next possible turning, pretending to be unaware of the crash. Fleet vehicles are especially at risk because fraudsters need to ensure victims have insurance. Peter Oakes is the head of fraud at a law firm that worked with a company targeted by one such gang. He dealt with one case which appeared at first glance to be a standard collision.
The car was going round a roundabout. It came to a sudden halt as a result of the actions of another vehicle, and the Ocado van is alleged to have gone into the back of the claimant vehicle.
The company was then contacted by the driver of the car, who submitted a substantial compensation claim.
3 claims for personal injury, there was vehicle damage, credit hire, storage charges, all of the usual things that go alongside the personal injury claims that are made. In addition to that, the claimant's solicitor's fees as well. In total, if the claim had gone through and been successful, it would have cost Ocado about £40,000.
But what the claimant didn't realise was that the company was using cutting-edge technology.
The vans are all fitted with cameras which record continuously throughout the journey on a half-an-hour loop. Every time there's a car crash, every time there's a vehicle incident, the driver reports it into his manager, and that winds its way through to our in-house insurance department, who will look at the camera footage from that incident.
The footage in this case was studied to see if it matched the claimant's version of events. Instead, it told a significantly different story.
What it actually shows is the Ocado vehicle going onto a roundabout, and you can see that it's preceded by 2 vehicles, a Vauxhall Severa and a Vauxhall Corsa. You can see the Severa in particular, he appears to indicate that he doesn't quite know where he's going. He goes to leave the roundabout and then turns right back onto the roundabout at the last minute, apparently leaving the Corsa with nowhere to go. The Corsa brakes, performs an emergency braking manoeuvre, and you can see the Ocado vehicle is only just able to stop in time.
Now, we believe that was an induced crash and the two other cars were acting in collusion with each other.
The key thing the footage shows is that there is no collision. Thanks to the driver's quick reactions, he managed to brake in time to avoid a smash. The evidence clearly disproves the claimant's story and also appears to show there was an attempt at an induced collision.
I don't know whether the driver in this case knew that he'd been the victim of crash for cash, but you can certainly hear the element of surprise in his voice.
That was close.
He pulls over after the accident and exchange details. I think pretty clearly soon afterwards, I think he knew that there'd been a problem.
With solid proof that there was no collision, the company took action.
We sent a letter to the claimant solicitors and said that we weren't going to pay the claim. In our belief, it was fraudulent in its entirety, and as is typical, we didn't hear from those solicitors again.
Thanks to the state-of-the-art video evidence, the claimant didn't get away with a payout for a collision that never happened and was left empty-handed. Between 2010 and 2011, 750,000 house burglaries were reported in the UK, and insurers received domestic and personal theft claims totalling £415 million. Whilst for most people, a burglary is a traumatic event, others see it as a golden opportunity to make some quick cash. Paul Hubbard is the head of counter-fraud at an insurance company which was landed with one such spurious claim.
In this case, the customer submitted a claim to us for a burglary. There were a number of high-value items, including a £2,500 Rolex watch.
With such a high-value item listed on the claim form, the insurer needed to find out more.
Our next step in this case was to go and speak to her and find out more detail from her personally about what had happened and see if we could find some proof of ownership that if the claim was genuine, we would be able to pay her for the loss that had actually occurred.
But when the investigator asked to see proof of ownership of the watch, things started to unravel for the claimant.
One of the things he suggested was perhaps she would have a photograph of the watch. She said she did, but unfortunately it had been wiped from her BlackBerry. So she explained that while she no longer had a photograph of the watch, she knew her friend did.
When they received the photograph of the watch almost 2 months later, forensic image analysis led to an intriguing development in the case.
So they looked at the photograph, and what they actually found was that the photograph had been taken after the loss had happened. So she was lying to us.
Unbeknown to the claimant, hidden in the photograph was information that proved they were lying. The secret data told the insurer the exact time and date of when the photo was taken. And it was taken a full 17 days after the watch was said to have been lost.
Most of our customers are genuine customers, but on this occasion, I think this person got very greedy.
Greedy, and it seems unwilling to let the matter lie.
So despite the evidence that we'd presented, we were quite surprised to find that she then decided to refer this matter to the Financial Ombudsman. She wasn't happy to walk away and accept that she'd got caught committing a fraud.
But, unfortunately for the claimant, the Ombudsman wasn't falling for it either.
So all the details of this case were sent to the Financial Ombudsman, who upheld the decision that we had made to turn down her claim.
It would seem that for fraudsters, Rolex watches present an irresistible opportunity.
We see lots of claims for Rolex watches, and the vast majority of them are genuine, but where the story goes that actually there have been more Rolex watches stolen and claimed for through insurance companies than have actually ever been made.
The Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department is raiding 2 properties as part of an investigation into a suspected fraud involving the motor insurance database. In return for a fee, a gang is believed to be fraudulently adding cars to the database, which shows them as being insured when they're not. The aim of the raids is to arrest and question a group of suspects and find evidence relating to the alleged motor insurance fraud and suspected money laundering. The IFED team has already arrested the main suspects in the first house. Meanwhile, the raid on the second house is being led by TI Alex Cooley. The The residents are brought down to the lounge and Alex identifies the suspect he believes is involved with the alleged insurance fraud.
Well, I'm arresting you for insurance fraud relating to abuse of motor trader policies. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you fail to mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be used in evidence. We'll be back soon.
The IFED team needs to find documentary evidence to support their investigation into insurance fraud and money laundering. As they start the search for both motor insurance and financial information, Alex gets the suspect to show him where he stores his cash.
Yeah, just 1,000 cash.
Okay, so how much is that there?
£1,000.
That's 1,000. Okay.
Alex decides that the suspect should be taken back to the police station for further questioning and he's led away. Back at the first house, the team led by DS Mark Forster is searching for evidence to support the investigation.
We're looking for mobile phones, obviously computers, which I've not seen too many of, any sort of data storage devices, USB type sticks and stuff like that, and also obviously documentation relating to any of the 7 companies that the motor trade policies have been taken out in. Any insurance documentation at all that relates to any of those policies or any other policies which we think might have been incepted fraudulently.
Just found a certificate of motor insurance. Looks like it's been photocopied rather than printed off anywhere.
A potentially crucial discovery is found inside the suspect's car.
In the doorwell you've got, at this address, new vehicle quotation. Basic price 91, 118 all in with all the modifications, all the extras. It looks like he's paid 10 grand in, then maybe another £2,000. There's a finance agreement, very nice, on order.
The documentation shows that the suspect has on order a £118,000 top-of-the-range new car. The potential expenditure is relevant to the investigation because IFED has the power to look at suspect spending patterns and financial arrangements. Back inside, Mark is on the hunt for information about the suspect's bank accounts.
They've been arrested for money laundering, and we'd like to sort of, start seeing where the money's going, what money they've got in various different accounts, because if there is a large amount of money, our financial investigators can put a restraining order on that money. And it's down to them to prove, basically, that that money's been obtained by legitimate means.
As well as the bank details, Mark has also identified an insurance document that could be relevant.
Motor Trade Cover Note. Alliance is the insurance company, and that was incepted or operational from the 23rd of July this year. People who are into this type of fraud look upon it as a bit of a safe way of making quite a lot of money, and it was pretty much unheard of people being arrested for this sort of level of fraud against insurance companies until now, obviously. So you do get the impression that they don't cover their tracks as well as other fraudsters might do.
Back at the second property, the search for evidence continues. It's vital for the investigation that they find documentation to support the case. Suddenly, Alex makes what could be a significant discovery.
Letter to do with some collision, road traffic collision. Here we go. That's interesting, look. We've got a crib sheet. Ah, excellent. We've got a map and a crib sheet here. I've heard of these, I've never actually found one myself, but you will occasionally find a map and an explanation of what to say. So what I have here is a map showing 2 cars colliding with each other, and then an explanation. I was driving out on the main road, the third-party driver pulled out from give way and hit me on the passenger side, middle and rear.
Alex and his team have bagged everything up and are about to move out when one final key piece of evidence is identified.
This document here is one of a series which I found in a box on the suspect's wardrobe. which does concern the motor trade policy with a company that we were interested in. So, so far so good. We've basically found what we came here for.
Back at the first property, the gathering of evidence is also in full swing. Mark checks inside a safe he's found in one of the bedrooms.
Rings, chains.
This find could be significant, as buying gold can be a way of laundering money.
Really, I'm quite pleased. I think that we've got everything that we could have hoped to have found. We found 2 large amounts of cash in excess of £1,000, a large amount of gold.
The sizable amount of evidence that IFED has collected from the house needs further investigation, so they'll be packing it up and taking it back to their HQ. As the raids draw to a close, IFED has successfully tracked down and arrested all 5 suspects and collected a significant amount of evidence. The next stage is for IFED to put together a case using what's been found. In the short time the Insurance Fraud Enforcement Department has been in existence, they've already investigated over £8 million worth of suspected insurance fraud. They've got a huge battle on their hands, but they're ready to take the fight to the fraudsters.